All right, hello everybody, welcome back to another stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, awesome to see you guys. Andrew, Battle Chicken, Fear, of course, Hobbit, awesome to see you guys here. Darth, good to see you here. Yeah, we're gonna be checking out Mortarion this time around. Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about him, I'll be completely honest. I haven't heard him referenced a whole lot in some of these other Amber King videos. I don't really know what he has in terms of relationships with other Primarchs. I know he what is he? He's Death Guard, right? I'm pretty sure actually I fucking wrote down this knowledge before. Yeah, Death Guard. He's Death Guard, and I know he's also a Demon Prince of Nurgle. I fucking wrote that down pre-script. I was like, just thoughts on the top of my head, fucking got that down. But yeah, other than that, not really as much. Oh my god, I'm having a stroke. I don't really know much about him other than that. So I'm excited to check it out here today. Yeah, try to keep spoilers to a minimum. I want to kind of see for myself what's going on here, of course, as you guys know. And yeah, of course, we're going to leave a like on this video. And yeah, if you guys enjoy, leave a like, subscribe for more content. And of course, leave recommendations down in the comments below. And yeah, big thank you to all of our Hastati, our Principes, of course, Dagenhart and Hobbit, and of course, our Prefect Fear. Appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. I do have my pen and my paper. I got my fundamental 3 fucking points of knowledge about Mortarion down, and we're gonna go from there. I'm excited to see where it takes us. Obviously, yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Awesome to see you guys here. Appreciate it a lot. We're gonna make sure captions are on. Obviously, it's muted too, so we're gonna fucking make sure we can hear. If that's too loud, let me know. Full screen. Let's get it, guys. Did you find your knife? I actually, you know what? I did. I did. You guys want to see it? I did. You know where it was? You know where it was? It was actually over where, over on my stand where I fucking have my other model and all my board games. I had it right there, actually. It's fucking, it's a little karambit, you know, little design on it. I know the light's probably blinding. Look at that. There you go. It's got the little 420 on it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I thought this would be perfect to open the package with, you know, that's all I'm saying. Pretty good. Yeah, you know. So I did find it. It was found. Hold on, I gotta get the light back on. There we go. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it.
Pain is an illusion of the senses. Fear an illusion of the mind.
Damn.
Beyond these, only death waits as silent judge over all. To defeat death, you must become it.
Wow. Voiced by Vox in the Void? Okay. I was gonna say, sounds a little familiar.
The newcomer
Sandman
is
of Terra
striding into battle, crashing out of nowhere, swinging a scythe like Vox's father did, two-handed, back and forth. He is huge, not as huge as the Pale King.
I'm already really liking the voice acting here.
Man, and the power in those reaping arcs is incredible.
Sounding really clean.
He has already wounded the Pale King, cut it open, spilling a mass of entrails over its flabby stomach.
Damn.
And he is not stopping. He is pressing on, driving it back, goading it. The Pale King.
Holy shit, Vox in the Void is here. Hey man, how you doing?
Too slow.
Wow.
Too slack.
That's awesome. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
From it. Vox gets up, his lungs burning. He is bleeding, but barely feels it.
Wow.
The spike is still in his hand, and he tries to use it, jabbing at the Pale King's monstrous foot. His efforts are useless, but he keeps at it, trying to drive the sharp point in.
Holy.
The newcomer is unbelievably fast, unbelievably strong, whirling around and sending his cloaks flying like flails. The Pale King is lowing now, blubbering, weeping blood. Impossibly, it is being killed.
Bro, this sounds so badass. I don't even want to cut this off at all.
Suddenly, they are hunters, not fodder. They strike out, barely believing they are doing it, and the Pale King reels away, bewildered by the charge.
Nice.
In truth, however, none of them matter. Vox does not matter. It is this newcomer who is doing the work. He is single-handedly carving the monster into ribbons.
Into
using
ribbons.
Scythe in ways Vox has never dreamed of.
Wow.
He harries it back into the fog. He cuts it apart in there, throwing out specks of blood that halt and shiver on the stones. Eventually, the bellowing dies out. The whoosh of the great steel sickle stills. Mist closes over the scene of carnage, as if abashed by it. Vork's is on his knees.
I just have to stop right now. Have I been missing out, bro? Because like, what the hell? Like, this is really, really good. I'm really liking like the dark undertone here, the outlook on it, right? Just the grisly fucking like takes on it, you know. I don't know. I obviously I don't check out a lot of chaos. You guys know me. I haven't seen a lot of chaos on the channel, especially from like Primarchs. You know what I'm saying? We've checked out a lot of the loyalist ones. We're starting to get into more of the chaos ones. So I don't know. I'm really liking like the direction this is taken, though. You know, especially from some of Vox's stuff here that we have seen on the channel. Man, his takes on chaos are some of my more favorite ones, and we're only 3 minutes in, but this is pretty fucking sweet, you know? A total prick. Yeah, I hear Mortarion is a complete prick, but what can you do, right? Listen, they gotta have flaws, right? No one's perfect. Maybe he's got some truths to him too. I mean, hey, maybe he's got some reasons. Again, I'm going in here. I got no knowledge of him whatsoever. So, you know, maybe he's got some reasons for being a prick. You guys have told me he's a prick all the time, but you know, maybe I'm gonna find some sick way to justify it. Let's see.
As if abashed by it, Vork's is on his knees, exhausted, staring into the murk. The rest of the survivors stare at one another. Vork's begins to wonder if it has been some kind of dream. He begins to wonder if the newcomer was a phantom sent from the heights, just another trick by this world that loathes them. But then the cowled figure re-emerges, unbowed, tall as the sheaf of uncut corn. He looks barely troubled by his exertions. His hood has fallen back a little, revealing grey, smooth flesh. It is the most beautiful face Vork's has ever seen, like theirs, but as hard and clean as a stone. The newcomer looks directly at Vork's, and the intensity in the yellow eyes makes him want to blush, or laugh, or burst into tears.
Bravely done,
says the newcomer.
Nice.
Vork's cannot reply. He feels as if his heart will burst.
Morty is almost enough of a prick to be an honorary Skaven.
He had seen his father's death, and he rushes
Guess we'll have to find
the
out.
body. He sees quickly that his mother is motionless, along with so many others. He is an orphan now, and that is as good as a death for him too. Now the cold becomes unbearable. He looks one way, then the other, and every view sinks him further into desperation. Vork's expects the newcomer to leave. There is nothing to keep him here, for the settlement, having been stripped of its best workers, will likely wither long before the winter. But he does not. He remains with them, lifting the wounded from the
Cellectra, how you doing?
and carrying them back to what remains of the shelter. Vork's hangs back, on the verge of shameful tears, not knowing what to do or where to go. Eventually, the survivors gather in the old courtyard.
Bro, this like
Reagan,
resembles
the
like,
headman,
man,
too blind and ill to fight.
it's like straight up like graveyard vibes all around. And I know,
but
I know, like that's the thing. Like we're going in here. I know he eventually does become. I'm not trying to cut him off, obviously. I'm not trying to cut him off, but I know he does eventually become like, you know, what is it, champion of Nurgle, right? He becomes a demon prince of Nurgle, right? So that's going to be kind of radical to like see how this transitions, right? And this is Sandman of Terra. Is that what this is called? I really need to check out that name real quick here. Yeah, Sandman of Terra. I should look up some more of this book, I'm assuming, right? Because like, holy shit, like this is pretty well done so far. I got to really check this out. Daemon, oh, okay, yeah.
gather in the old
Daemon
courtyard.
Primarch.
Reagan, the headman, too blind and ill to fight, shuffles down to his knees before the newcomer, but is prevented
Sandman
by
is
the
a good
gentle
creator.
extension of a giant hand.
I'm gonna have to look him
no
up.
kneeling.
The newcomer says.
The time for that is long over.
Sandman of Terra is a
He turns to the
YouTuber.
rest of
Okay,
them.
thank you,
I
Vox.
show
I appreciate
you a
that.
new way, the
I'm
way
actually gonna
of
look him up.
endurance. You have no weapons. I will give you weapons. You have no armor. I forge armor that does not fail. You are sickened.
He smiles, and it is chilling.
That too can be a strength.
They are hanging on his words. His voice is strangely soft, thin like a gust of rain-frozen wind. But it is pure with conviction. Vaux has never heard a voice like it.
There are many gathering. Every valley is moving. They have divided you for too long.
That illustration
Keep
looks
you
crazy.
from discovering one another. Together, unbroken, you can be mightier than you know. Join me and fear no witchery again.
Vaux looks at the rest of them, his throat tight with hope. For a moment, he thinks they will rise up, raise their crude weapons into the drizzle, and declare allegiance there and then. But this is a beaten place, populated by beaten people.
A little bit of hope at least being sown.
Over at the survivors, hunched and bloody in the fog.
But not much,
there is
clearly.
no fight left in him. The newcomer looks down at Raigan. Then he looks at the rest of them. There is no scorn in that slender face,
F-witches.
just appraisal,
Holy
just
shit.
a judgment. In the end, he nods. He reaches up to his cowl and pulls
Sam
the
Terra
fabric
is a
back
cool dude. He's
over
got a
his
40k
head.
channel. I'm really gonna have to look him up.
He says. Then
We'll
he
check him
turns
out after this,
and
actually,
strides
straight up.
back along the rutted path. As he goes, the heel of his scythe sinks deep into the slurry. It only takes a few moments for him to fade into nothingness again, sighing into the great white miasma that forever surrounds the settlement and hems it in. Vaux watches the whole time. Of all the horror, that is almost the worst. Now the deaths mean nothing at all. Now that brief, terrible window of defiance has closed again.
Damn.
By the time he turns back, he can see the survivors limping over to Raigan, congratulating him. They are already talking of replanting, of rebuilding the walls that were torn down, but never kept anything out, even when they stood. As he stares at the meager crowd, a vivid certainty flashes before him, as sharp and clear as all else is muffled. He sees the settlement limping on, the vice of starvation clamping tighter around it, the rib cages becoming even more scrawny, and a slow death coming.
The scene this is describing is so well done. Like I'm really getting a vivid like scene of all this, and I'm not trying to talk throughout it too much here because it's just really well done, and it's just the music alongside it. I don't want to make it too hard for you guys to hear, of course, but this is really well done. I'm really liking the picture, the vividness of this. It's really painting a picture, man. I don't know. Holy shit. It's making me feel some type of way. I feel like I'm missing out almost by not checking out more like Chaos Primarchs and more aspects of Chaos within 40k. Because again, we've been checking out so many of the good boys for so long now. I feel like it's time I gotta start dabbling with the bad boys a little bit more. You know, we've checked out a little bit here and there, and it's like, holy shit when I do every single time. But it's like, I don't know, maybe I might start to favor Chaos more. I don't know. It's hard to say, at least in terms of like the narrations and stuff, man, because goddamn, like they really get you, like they get you feeling some type of way, dude, straight up. I don't know.
Cages becoming
bad boys are way more interesting.
scrawny,
I'd have to agree
and
sometimes,
a slow
yeah.
death coming.
Listen, and I will say, like, morality wise, listen, it's always nice to be a good guy, but 40k, like that's the thing, right? It's a universe of bad guys, right? So it's like, if you're gonna be a bad guy regardless, you might as well be the baddest of the bad, right? You might as well go all the way with it if you're gonna do it, right? It's kind of why I appreciate the Dark Eldar a little bit, you know, because they're just super fucked up, you know. Like, I don't know if I would ever, like, you know, like invest in minis, at least to start with them, but like I can respect them, you know what I'm saying? I can respect that shit. If you're gonna do it, you gotta go all the way with it, right? Giver, you know. The Amber King has said some wild crap on lore crimes. Appreciate the Dark Elder. This one over here, Commissar. Yeah, bro, no, straight up. Listen, you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Like when you look at some of the shit that the Mechanicus allows, it's kind of like, holy shit, you know. So, and then it just makes me look at the Dark Eldar kind of like, well, at least they're doing it to survive, right? You know, like at least, you know, at least they have to do it, right? Quote unquote. the Mechanicus just kind of do it because they think it's the best thing to do, right? Like, and then it's just like, you know, I don't know. I look sideways at the Mechanicus way too often. I feel like the Commissar can get me. I'll let the Commissar take me. Just don't send me to just execute me on the spot. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm asking for.
The ribcage is becoming even more scrawny, and a slow death coming, without honor and without resistance, albeit comforting and understandable. For they have always been weak and cannot be expected to fight, and must accept with equanimity what comes.
Like, I'll throw hands to get them to shoot me, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. As fucked up as that is to say.
And that is the greatest horror of all. Even before he really understands what he is doing, Vorks is pushing himself back to his feet, turning, slipping in the grime, and scrabbling towards the perimeter. He hears voices calling his name, but does not turn back. He sees where his father's body lies, and does not return to it. He stumbles further out, through the churned fields, with their black rows of barren soil and leafless trees. It is hard to run far in that country, and the mud is too thick and the air is too foul, so he marches as fast as his young legs will bear him, head down, suppressing the tears that would burst free if he thought for a moment of what he was leaving behind. He can see the deep marks of the scythe's heel running before him, scoring out the path to follow, and he locks his mind onto it. The way becomes hard very quickly. The ground rises and sharpens, and soon he is in country he does not know. The rocks are greasy, the wind like
Greasy.
a knife. His clothes become leaden with moisture, and they hang slick across his shaking skin. He cannot retain his sense of certainty for long. His feet keep moving, but soon doubts crowd in, sapping his energy and draining the will from him. Still, he does not look back, for he knows that if he does,
that illustration also looks crazy.
Everything
Holy shit.
and familiar, and that will break him. Head down, legs lifting. Time slows to a pain-filled crawl. His shivering becomes a shuddering. His breath becomes shallow and rapid. The ground keeps on rising, ever rising, and the air spoils into an acrid haze that stings his lips. By the end, he is on his knees, panting like a dog. He understands the
Gotta love that, man.
his actions
Holy
and
shit.
the wisdom of Raigan's. But now,
I will say though, like, I fucking hate that shit, bro. Like, when you're sitting there in like 90% humidity, bro, and you're just sweating like a dog, and I imagine in this case it's gonna be like, you know, definitely amplified. Like, you're not on any type of like, you're not in any type of environment that we would know, you know what I'm saying? I've been to some pretty hot places, but I can't have, you know, oh my god, you know, panting like a dog is a pretty apt statement. I feel like, holy shit, like, straight up. I laughed at that, but it's yeah, I'd be the same way, straight up. That's the weather here this week. Oh really? Damn, out east, that sucks. Yeah, here it's actually been pretty nice here. We're getting like 20-30 degrees. It's warm, but it's not like, it's not super hot. You know, we've gotten a lot of clouds, a lot of rain, you know. So, but it hasn't really been humid, thankfully, which is nice.
Of his actions and the wisdom of Raigan's.
Let me see if I can get a few more eyes on this stream. You deserve it. Ah, Vox, it's okay, man. You don't, you know, don't go out of your way or nothing, man. Straight up, it's okay.
His knees stripped of skin, but he keeps going. He does not ever discover how long the newcomer was watching him before the end. There are some questions best not asked, though he thinks now it must have been many hours. By the time the figure intervenes, lifting Vorks carefully from the acid-washed rock and pressing
Pampered Ontario, bro.
doused in something herbal over
I guess
his
comparatively,
mouth
yeah,
and
true.
nose. He can barely see or hear. He glimpses a blurry image of that stone-hard face up close, just as before.
This pain. Are you strong enough?
Vorks takes a strained breath and feels the cut of the world's spite in his throat.
Oh,
Make me strong.
Damn. Bro, as far as like a climax of that music was peak there. As far as like an intro goes there, man, that was pretty good. I have to say that was a good like teaser, you know. 11 minutes long, obviously a little bit longer for an intro, but like for a segment to start off there, I should say, that was fantastic. That really set the tone very, very nicely, set the flavor very, very nicely. Part 1, Barbarous here, man. Man, the voice acting on that was super, super good too. That made me feel some type of way. Again, try not to talk over this too much. I'm going to try to pause as much as I can when I talk here. Might have a little quip here and there to throw in, obviously, but I will try to pause as much as I can. Bro, if this is what we can kind of expect like throughout, I'm really going to enjoy this one already. I can tell. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
The Pale King. The Death Lord.
I'm not usually a Nurgle sympathizer, but...
Gene father to the Death Guard and son of the Emperor of Mankind. Mortarion. Savior of the people. Or hypocritical traitor. 3 times in his life, Mortarion was forced to submit to the will of a father figure, who was a tyrant with latent psychic powers. And what remains is a twisted and bloated form, enslaved to the service of a rotting creature of the warp, a god of death and decay.
Damn.
But who is Mortarion? How did one so opposed to the power of the warp become a very vessel?
Nurgle green-pilled, fuck.
The story begins at the
So
end
true,
of
bro,
30th
so true.
Of all the
That's how he
fates
gets
to
you, man.
inherit, perhaps the worst of all is a home so toxic, so scarred and barren, it despises life itself. Underneath a cloud of miasmic amber mist was the swamped and near lifeless surface of the planet Barbarous. A creature roamed across the toxic mists that encompassed the hills, mountains, and highest peaks. Nikaea, an overlord, a monster that looked like a burnt bone, charcoal sketch upon diseased pages. He was garbed in a hooded mantle of sailcloth so dark it seemed to eat the light around it.
Holy
And
shit.
what could be seen of Nikaea's corpse flesh face and hands was nightmarish and alien.
Oh my
If his
god.
kind had ever shared any kinship with humans, that history had been seared away and forgotten. Like all of the Overlord species,
This dude looks like a fucking
Nikaea
necromancer,
was a
dude.
horror.
Oh my
As if
god.
the universe had decided to express the fullness of
Holy
the world's
shit.
cruelty in a living, breathing being. A divergence rumored to be born from the toxic conditions of Barbarous.
Birmingham the
and a
planet?
dark
Oh
pact
my
with the
god.
vile god. Once again,
Listen,
Nikaea
I
was
don't know about all that,
obliterating
but
a
maybe.
rival, crushing his territory and forces with a horrifying
Definitely
flesh of
could be.
mutants and stitched, dark magic-infused golems. The air was foul at this height, able to burn and bubble the flesh of mortal men in minutes. Yet Nikaea heard a sound he thought impossible, a child's cry. Amongst a pile of rotting corpses, a child cried out to the world, lost and alone. Impossible, thought the Overlord. A mere human in this toxic mist should be dead. It wasn't paternal affection or duty that gripped Nikaea, but curiosity and jealous
Nikaea.
a prize a rival had tried to hide from him. All the motivation he needed to take this pathetic, yet special human child for himself. To his fortress grounds near the highest peak on Barbarous, this child was taken. His
And this
new
place looks
home
fucked.
below
This
the
place looks
adopted
fucked up.
fathers Were constructed. Amongst the toxic clouds and barren rock,
This place sounds like oh fuck, what's the home planet of the Krogan called from Mass Effect? You know, where they like basically like nuke themselves essentially, and it's just a barren hellscape of like warring tribes now. Basically like the Krogan home planet. That's kind of like the vibes I'm getting from this place, you know? Tachanka, that's it. Yeah, exactly. This place is kind of like Tachanka almost. Detroit, fair enough. Yeah, Detroit, London. You know what I'm saying? London, Ontario, not in the UK, but maybe in the UK too. I don't know. I don't live there, so.
Others were constructed. Amongst the toxic clouds and barren rock, a fortress
Detroit is
barely
pretty apt, I feel
constituted
like,
the word
though.
home
New York.
was given to this child, as well as a name. Mortarion, child of death. Mortarion, moments into his existence, had only known one thing: horror, a tearing sensation, as if he had been stolen from somewhere. At the rate of his rapid growth, his intellect and understanding of the universe bloomed. In the bland and rotting ground of his home, he began to learn. Nikaea, his so-called father, was a cruel master, an upbringing Mortarion struggled to call an education. Mortarion felt more like another of Nikaea's experiments, often thrown into grueling physical trials.
So I can already kind of see how perhaps his upbringing is going to be pretty rough here, how this is going to lead to some shit down the line, some trauma perhaps for him down the line, especially maybe even trust issues, who knows, due to the fact that he has some fucking like necromancer lord seemingly as like a father figure, if you will. And he said it right then and there. This is 60 minutes in, said it right then and there. Gives the impression more of like I'm an experiment more than this is kind of like my father figure, you know what I'm saying? It's more like he's a thing to be utilized more so than he's a child, right? You'll see. Yeah, we will see. Nobody spoil, of course, no spoilers, but I'm just throwing out some interpretations right there. I could definitely see how this type of upbringing on this type of world, this world sounds like hot ass. I'm just gonna say it now. This world sounds like a hot ass world to grow up on compared to some of what the other Primarchs have gotten. You know, they've gotten some Gucci worlds. You know what I'm saying? And some have gotten some shit worlds. Some have had shit upbringings on nicer worlds. This just seems like a shit upbringing with a shit planet, to be completely honest. This seems like he got really, really shafted with both of the luck rolls on this one. Like, I have to say, man, like, holy.
Nikaea's experiments, often thrown into grueling physical trials, and yet at times an aide and student of Nikaea's teachings. Despite Mortarion's growing and towering stature, one that over time dwarfed Nikaea, he found himself unable to endure the extreme toxins of Nikaea's personal fortress peak, a poison Nikaea enjoys tormenting Mortarion with, calling him
Jesus.
weak, just as he did every time Mortarion nearly died.
So he is getting tortured to death too, basically.
The territorial wars of the overlords,
to the brink of death.
The war Nikaea would send his precious child to the front lines. Mortarion despised him, his so-called father.
Yeah.
How many times had the small scimitar-wielding corpse-like monster leered over Mortarion across battlefields? Mortarion wasn't sure if Nikaea cared for him, in his own twisted way, teaching him to become a cruel
tested,
and
not
vile
tortured,
monster just like him, or simply enjoyed.
At the time, would he know
him.
that though?
Maybe he even feared him. Knowledge. Knowledge was power. If you know the truth of something, then you can destroy it.
Like, are we talking like, you know, this was a baby, you know what I'm saying? Like, the second day, within the week he got him, you know what I'm saying? He started putting him in this chamber, you know? You gotta like it's like getting like you know how some people get like attuned to like rattlesnake poison or some shit, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that, you know? You're like building up his like toxin level over time, you know? Like get into the oven for like kind of like an hour kind of thing, we'll let you sit, take you out for like, you know, 2 hours, in for like another 10 minutes, you know, kind of thing. Tolerance, yeah. You know, it'd be some like fucked up like procedure like that, I'm sure.
If you know the truth of something, then you can destroy it. And that is all you need to hold true power. Spiteful words Mortarion felt hammered into his brain by his father. It was the truth of his father and his secrets that was kept from the boy. Mortarion having slyly suggested that he should be allowed books to better fight Nikaea's enemies. To Mortarion, the comfort of books and knowledge was his only escape. The old and dusty tomes on history, war, even some glimpses into the experiments of Nikaea. He read and reread them dozens of times, even memorizing them. He even bleached the ink off the pages and began to write down his own thoughts. He relished it as one of the very few things that was his.
So he was actually a writer in his own regard. Wow.
Deep down, as much as Mortarion hated to admit, he desired to know what Nikaea kept from him. Perhaps he could use that to end that monster. Mortarion languished in his prison fortress, his existence a grueling cycle of violence, tests of endurance, and study until after decades he saw it. From a window out on the barren and rocky outcrops, covered in the
Truly the
miasmic
most disgusting
toxins he
thing,
saw
Books. Like, how dare you, bro?
humans.
Hear
Many
Books and you
times
just
Mortarion
vomit.
has seen
Ugh.
humanity over the decades.
God damn.
The dismembered parts bound together in Nikaea's constructs. To the slaves hauled up from
Reading?
the
Oh,
valley into
shivers.
his father's laboratories. They were small and weak. He knew he was like them, but different. Up there, watching, you can see us. You can help us. What are you? One of the humans had broken free from the golems. He was fighting back, summoning creatures like some spell.
Damn,
or
dude.
magic. Mortarion looked as he felt his heart freeze. What am I? Who am I? He thought. Paranoia gripped him. Was this another cruel test of his father? They were going to die. The humans. The golems would break them, and if they lasted long enough, the toxins would choke them.
Ew.
What am I? A tool? A weapon? A disappointment? An error? A fool? Am I weak? A cold-hot rage surged up through Mortarion's body.
I think you're supposed to be like the hunchback kind of character, but you're not a hunchback. You know what I'm saying?
Raw, unspent defiance now turned to steel.
You're supposed to be like, he's essentially supposed to be like this dude's like Igor, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's essentially what this is, right? Like, he found this child, he's like, oh, this child has actually got some unique properties, and he kept him around, raised him, you know? And he's really just like his lackey, essentially, you know what I'm saying? He's no respect, but he is super fucking powerful, so we gotta, like, you know, kind of keep him on a leash. I'm assuming once he kind of like comes to maturity here, he's definitely going to be able to take him on to some regard. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. No spoilers. I kind of want to see how he gets out of this. So obviously he does.
Unspent defiance now turned to steel. Deep within him, the links of a chain forged by cruelty, neglect.
Igor helped. Morty's just a prick.
And suddenly he was snatching at the black powder gun holstered on his hip. Who was he? What was he? That was for him to decide. Because one thing he was done being was a slave. Mortarion leapt down, unleashing the pepper box munitions into the golems.
Goddamn.
He pounded over the corrupted ground and smashed into the creatures. The wet, slopping mesh of corpses tearing and slumping onto the ground. Only one remained. The young man who called out to him. The haunting voice of Nikaea echoed around them, calling back his boy, that he was going to punish him. Mortarion resigned himself to death, until the human survivor begged him to come with him. Fight another day. A choice. Another that could be his, Mortarion thought. The two escaped, racing down the mountain into the safety of the less toxic valley below.
Interesting.
Mortarion asked the man his name. Typhon. Kalas Typhon, the young man replied. Hella's cut.
Kind of interesting that it was a human, obviously, that rescued him here, or at least like prompted him to like come with him, come fight another day. Took his hands, you know, kind of brought him with him. Very, very interesting. I wonder if that's gonna like actually like, you know, kind of show anything to Mortarion here. You guys keep saying he's a prick. Maybe he is just a complete prick the whole time, but maybe this has some sort of effect on him, you know? Maybe he's like, oh, maybe not everyone's all that bad, you know, if this guy was willing to like, you know, kind of like, you know, involve himself with me, you know, like I helped him, he helped me kind of thing, you know, he's not just trying to use me here. Perhaps, you know, he's actually a good person, you know, perhaps there's good people out there. Maybe not. We'll see.
Typhon, the young man replied.
Typhon.
For the first time,
let me write that name down.
Saw a human settlement, a community, life. For the first time, Mortarion heard music.
Wow.
But yet with all this beauty in a dark place, he couldn't rectify it. Like he didn't possess the tools to appreciate it. It made his blood boil again. The thought of what Nikaea had kept from him. What he had been denied. Mortarion and Kalos hung onto the edge of the settlement.
You know what this reminds me of? You know what story this I'm not trying to pause here too often, but you know what this story unironically reminds me of? This reminds me kind of like Rapunzel, unironically, in some like sick way, you know what I'm saying? Because like obviously you have like the evil grandmother locking fucking Rapunzel away, you know, and then you have this guy that takes him away to civilization. Oh my god, look how much more there is to life. Like, you know, in some sick way, this is kind of like Rapunzel almost, is it not? Am I wrong? Am I just like totally out to lunch with that? Maybe so. Who knows? That's a fucking really sick, like, you know, way to connect the dots here, but you know. Rapunzel had it easy. Oh, Rapunzel did have it easy, 100%. I'm not comparing the two that way. I'm just comparing like the story arc of it. You know what I'm saying? Like the similarities in story there. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit kind of like Rapunzel, almost, the story of it so far from what I can see.
I'd boil again. The thought of
not calling that bad. I mean, it's a classic story. I think the story's great. I'm just like noticing the similarities there.
Onto the edge of the settlement. Both were outcasts. Mortarion, the enormous superhuman figure that some had seen serving under the cruel overlord. Calas Typhon, whose skin was ashen, evidence of his cursed heritage as the bastard child of an overlord. Both coming from a life led utterly alone. As Mortarion sat down, he observed the humans. Look at them. They grasp at every tiny spark of life, desperate and afraid in all their thoughts and deeds. Their existence is nothing but fear and dread. How much was Mortarion talking about them or himself?
I can see where the Nurgle sympathies are. Straight away. Holy shit.
Of living like this. He and the people of Barbarous had suffered this cruel world and the predatory horrors of the overlords who raided them for experiment, turning them into flesh monsters and tools. Mortarion got up and strode to the farmers of the village. Calas followed him to the animal-drawn cart as Mortarion picked up an enlarged scythe. It felt right in his hands. With a demigod's speed and strength, began to reap the grain as the people looked on in awe. It would begin here. He would earn the people's respect. He would feed them, train them, and then he would save them.
That's actually pretty honorable.
Tyranny.
That sounds good so far.
His strength, the prejudice of the people swallowed as they hurried to gather the grain. Calas saw it. What could be done if they all worked together? A scream. A civilian trapped under a fallen cart. The mists. The terror that encroached at night was approaching. They were far from the safety of the walls and the warding torches. Mortarion pounded over the distance. He placed his hands underneath and lifted the enormous grain cart, the sight shaking the farmers into silence. Calas and the mortal men dragged the girl into safety, but they were too late. The toxic mists had arrived, and with them the monsters that stalked them. Mortarion glimpsed the black, cloaked shape rise up from the stands of uncut wheat and flash through the air in silence. He saw it come up behind
this dude straight up is like a necromancer, isn't he?
Men began to die.
Holy
as
shit.
Mortarion heard the laughter. An overlord. Nikaea? No. Desolum. A minor one. A scurrying rat that fed on the dregs of greater overlords.
I see.
The people around him began to choke and scream as vicious flesh golems pounced on them. They ran from the toxic mists, just as Desolum knew they would. But he had miscalculated.
This has to be like Nurgle's like fucking like
to run. One who could
like vacation spot, right? Like straight up. Like look at this place, man.
Clutching the scythe once again, he launched into the air and raised the scythe to the
it sounds awful.
night sky and split the arrogant monster in two. The surviving creatures looked at him and felt fear. Mortarion let them live. They would spread the message to the overlords and Nikaea.
That's pretty metal.
He was coming. It started with one village, but it spread like wildfire. The many enclaves of humanity, afraid and enduring a short, pitiful life, saw the silhouettes approach through the toxins. But their fear
He's actually showing...
They saw that they...
I will say, like, this is actually like a remarkable threat that he's up against. And like Mortarion is showing like pretty great resolve and like will in like gathering the forces, like enclaves, as he puts it, of humanity, different townships, I'm sure, to try to fight back against some of these warlords, right? And this planet sounds awful. The environment sounds awful. Toxins everywhere, toxic gas spewed everywhere. Again, like Nurgle must have some influence to some degree in all this, right? Maybe not. Maybe the planet itself is just fucked up. But damn, like if this is not like his, like, you know, if he hasn't heard of this place, you know, he's gonna lose his fucking marbles when he does, you know, kind of thing. Holy shit. This is just a death world? Okay, fair enough.
Approach through the toxins.
The Enclave? I didn't know we were on the West Coast. Fair enough.
Saw that they were humans.
Different type of enclaves.
One enormous figure. Mortarion, the Reaper of Men, the Death Guard. Men and women armed with the very size that reaped the fields. Armored in proto-powered
Nurgle demon worlds are infinitely worse.
The worst of the toxins out.
I don't want to imagine, dude. Straight up.
Freedom fights that chase the monsters and overlords into the mists, dealing vengeance and death.
Like this is just a quote-unquote Imperium death world?
We always resist. We do not fear death. We are not weak. Over the years, the army grew. Towns and cities were liberated as they launched a guerrilla campaign into the Overlord's territory. One by one, the necrotic monsters and their vile creations began to fall.
Nice.
Too stubborn and hateful to unite against the so-called humans they deemed so weak. Through time and victory, the people had come to accept Mortarion, though many still kept their distance from Kalas. The Reaper of Men, they called him. The hero, the savior. Though Mortarion didn't quite understand, he shared food and drink with them, sat around the flame and listened to them. They even drank poison together, a tradition born on this hateful world. If we are not strong,
what kind of backwards culture?
If we cannot defy poison and darkness and pain, we cannot stand against death. My bastard and foster father taught me one valuable lesson that I have never forgotten, and it is this. Everything is a test. Life is a challenge that must be endured. Those who are not testing themselves every day are those who are already dying.
I have to say, man, from what I've seen so far, now, of course, we're very, very early, and I'm not going to speak for what happens later, potentially, because we'll see for sure. But he hasn't shown any signs of being a prick so far. I'll be honest, like he's eating with the camp, you know, he's sharing food. He doesn't really seem to be placing himself above anyone else, at least at this point in time. And he is uniting kind of like the remnants of humanity against a greater evil at this time. He seems like a genuinely, right now at least, like a kind of like a hero character, like straight up. Like now he might have some dark thoughts in the back of his head, and we certainly saw a little bit of that, where the Nurgle influence could potentially seep in for sure, eventually down the line. But right now he's doing some pretty good things so far. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised. He's actually pretty cool early on. Yeah, like he seems like a pretty cool guy so far. Like I have to say, like straight up.
And the greatest test had finally come. With the return of Kalas Typhon and his forces, the last humans of Barbarous had been liberated, and only one of those vile creatures remained.
Curse the most chill? Nikaea, yeah, I don't know about that.
The halls of the Death Guard's greatest city, Mortarion, unveiled to Kalas his final solution, the tool to take him to the gates of his father's toxic hold. Powered armor, functional, and the best the people of Barbarous could produce. The climb would begin soon. Nikaea would die. His so-called vile magics would die. Mortarion's brothers and sisters would be free, and Mortarion would be free. Mortarion, surrounded by Kalas Typhon and an elite cadre, made the climb. Their rough and baroque barbarian features were so often twisted by the toxins, became lit up, as from the summit, a comet of fire came rocketing towards them. Men who had fought beside Mortarion from their earliest days perished in a blaze of hate and sorcery, conjured by the maniacal laughing Nikaea. Mortarion was furious.
Man's using fucking fireball, dude.
To use these vile magics on his men.
It's more like elemental blast, really, when you think about it.
The toxins were eroding their armor. They were too slow. Mortarion's anger was apocalyptic. They were so close, but the others were holding him back. He wasn't like them. He knew deep down he was a weapon. He knew it in his heart. But at the back of his mind he pondered, for which war was he created for?
Definitely not this one.
Typhon begged Mortarion to retreat, an unheard of suggestion on Barbarous. The end was in sight, but it would cost everything. With extreme reluctance, Mortarion and the surviving...
I want to pause before we get into what we're about to get into too, just to say, like, even the humans, like, in his vicinity actually show, like, a care for him. Like, you need to fall back. Like, there's no way you can, like, take this on by yourself. Like, there's, like, they don't know, obviously, he's a Primarch, right? But they're actually showing, like, a level of care for him, like, a level of, like, respect for him in that way. I think that's really cool to see. Like, it goes to show how much of, like, a good leader he actually is, that his men are trying to, like, hold him back from the fight because they know that losing him is fucking not an option for them, right? So I just think that's a really cool detail there too. Like, I don't know, and we're probably about to see him realistically kick ass here. Again, he's a Primarch, he's a weapon, you know, he's capable, he can get it done, you know. But to actually see that level, you know, and I'm sure they're about to see that too. They're probably about to watch him fucking pop off here. Holy shit.
An unheard of suggestion on Barbarous. The end was in sight, but it would cost everything. With extreme reluctance, Mortarion and the surviving Death Guard retreated. Down the mountain they approached their stronghold, only to see the citizens gathered. The liberated people...
Were they called the Death Guard even now? Wow.
Speaking of a newcomer that had arrived from the sky, offering gifts.
Interesting.
Immediately, Mortarion's suspicions grew. An outsider on the eve of their greatest victory. Gifts.
How
As
suspicious.
if anything on Barbarous was ever given except death. This was the day he would set Barbarous free. Why now? As they entered the war camp, all went silent. A man. No, something more. Dark eyes that were clear and fathomless, yet ancient, peered at Mortarion. His features were bronze, beautiful and regal, the complete opposite of Barbaron's. His armor was ornate, gold, and crafted with such mastery it made the people's hearts race. To be in this giant's presence, it made them want to kneel. A look of sorrow and warmth shone from the stranger as he regarded the equally large Mortarion. "Who are you?" Mortarion rasped, the anger still evident in his voice. "I am a friend," the giant said, and that he had come to find Mortarion. "You have been orphaned from the Imperium for far too long. This world, and thousands more, our lost kindred, it is time to return to the fold. And I promise you, glory and prosperity await. It will be the dawning of a new age. We don't want your glory, outsider."
Interesting.
Mortarion, the antagonism crackling away before the surface of his words.
So he's right away, he's hesitant. He doesn't, you know, he's very suspicious upon this stranger's arrival. And he doesn't want what they have to offer. He's suspicious of it, you know. On his world, nothing is given, especially not for free, right? Nothing is given for death. I really like that line. I also really got to say, I really like the way he's been introduced, like the Emperor was introduced so far. Like, just, I don't know, the way they're meeting so far, it's kind of hitting different a little bit. But like, it's also the case too, like, what was it? Oh shit! I had actually a decent thought in my head, and now I can't think of it. Fuck! It literally escaped me. Should have said it first. Damn it! That's gonna piss me off. Okay, we'll go back. We'll see if I can think of it.
Retorted
We won't go back, but we'll keep going. I'll see if I can think of it.
Crackling away before the surface of his words. "Nor your charity, or your Imperium. Barbarous has endured alone for centuries beneath the talons of our oppressors. The Reaper let his anger flare more. Where were you then?"
Exactly, yes. Where were you then? Yes, I was gonna say, that was my point, yes. Why now? Yeah, why now? Was the Emperor fucking in space? Was he watching, you know, was he fucking keeping an eye on things a little bit beforehand, and he, you know, he saw the situation, what was going on. Okay, you're about to, like, finally claim your victory, quote unquote. Let me step in now, you know what I'm saying? Take you away, whisk you away. Like, it's kind of sus. Or was it pure coincidence, you know? I'm not, you know, no spoilers, obviously, but I don't know if that's Big E is always watching. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess he would have been able to kind of like sense a Primarch in his vicinity. So he definitely kind of like, they probably showed up in system and he's like, yep, you know, someone's here, you know, kind of thing. I wouldn't doubt it. Goddamn.
Barbarous has endured alone for centuries beneath the talons of our oppressors. The Reaper let his anger flare more. Where were you then? The stranger remained calm, speaking of how he could help. He could explain Mortarion's origins. He could help this world, and he could help kill the Overlords. I have no interest in where I was birthed. It matters nothing to me, Mortarion said. Barbarous is where I was born. It is where I was made whole.
That's
the
not
Death
true.
Guard are the only kindred I have ever known. My unbroken blades. And by our hand alone shall justice be delivered to the Overlords. You are not needed here. Mortarion had fought for years to free his people, and on the precipice of victory, he would not hand them over to a new master. The stranger offered Mortarion a deal. If he succeeded alone in destroying Nikaea at the peak, he would leave him and the people of Barbarous alone. But if he failed, he would swear allegiance to him. Perfect. The Reaper of Men spat angrily, storming out to collect fresh armor for his next ascent.
Interesting.
He would finish this. He would kill that monster who hurt him. He would save his people from enslavement. He was strong enough for them. He was worthy. The thought echoed in his mind.
I feel like Big E is gonna fucking throw this fight in fucking what's his name? Niketh? I have it written down here, but my writing is admittedly not that great. I feel like he's definitely gonna fucking throw this fight in his favor a little bit here. Big E's got to come out on top somehow. Letting Mortarion take him down alone? Oh, that would be too much, you know. Come on, he's gloating, he's full of ego right now. Big E's like, I gotta put that ass in line. You know what I'm saying? I would not put it past him. Let's see what happens here.
Strong enough for them. He was worthy. The thought echoed in his mind. He was worthy.
This is going to crush him.
began the ascent. He moved faster in his new armor. He climbed higher than he'd ever done before, even as his suit's klaxons were blaring, the very shell rusting and slopping off. Each step took more out of him than the last, but still Mortarion pressed on, climbing over the clem-slicked slate of the high crags. Every breath was a labor, taking in a lungful of toxic air and squeezing the last fractions of breathable elements from it. The primitive air tank on his back had run dry hours earlier. His mind was sharp, but draining from the pain. He was so close. Nikaea would die. He thought of the stranger, the familiarity he felt in his presence, the offer of knowledge. No, if he stared into that abyss, what would stare back? His body trembled from the ill effects of the murderous toxins in the air, but still he managed to keep breathing. Nikaea, he screamed, answer me and face your final justice. But just as he slumped to the gates, his superhuman body failed. Mortarion collapsed to the ground, as finally Nikaea approached, looming over him once more. He failed. If he was capable of a tear, he would weep, not for his failure, but for failing his people. A true despair hollowed out the wheezing Mortarion as he prepared himself for death.
Really?
Do you understand? Said a somber voice, following him down to the ground. Defiance alone is not enough. You will not perish this day, my son. A golden figure with a flaming sword approached. As Mortarion's vision blurred,
Daddy. Daddy's totally here to save you. Yeah, I feel like Daddy fucking definitely threw this fight, you know, definitely, I don't know. I feel like, you know, each step was a lot harder, you know, he's been training for this for a long time. You know, he's kind of built for this a little bit. His body, you know, failed him right at the gates, you know, I don't know. I feel like Big E here, I feel like he might have, you know, he might have just wanted to have that hero aura about him again, might have had to step in. I don't know. I'm not calling him a bit of a thrower, but who knows? Who knows?
The flaming sword approached. As Mortarion's vision blurred, He saw Nikaea split apart in one swing.
Fuck.
He saw his abuser. He saw his purpose, his path to freedom, die, and the realization he failed to save his people from new shackles. I will always hate you, he thought, as the Reaper of Men lost consciousness.
Now, I will say, alternatively, I will always hate you is kind of a crazy fucking statement to make. Like, after that, to be fair to Big E here. Now, he might have thrown the fight, right? Who knows, right? I'm not going to sit here and talk about, conspiracy theories, heretic conspiracy theories. But, like, I will always hate you for that. I don't know. Listen, like, you might have a good life. Your people might have a good life. You don't know yet, right? I mean, probably not, but, maybe better than what it is right now. You don't know, right? There could be potential in this. There could still be betterment in this. So I will always hate you, he thought. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of strong. Like, you got to give it some time, and let it simmer a little bit. Now, you did fail horribly, but... motherfucker stole my kill. Like, yeah, like I can see that for sure. Like, that was his whole purpose, was to kill that specific guy. But let's be honest here. You were in no position to kill him at that time, and he's not just going to let you die, right? Like, you kind of made a bargain with him, right, at the end of the day. So why would he just let you die when he himself is fully capable of preventing that from happening? That makes sense to me. So, I mean, he can't really be salty. Like, he's the one that was, like, very arrogant and standoffish and took a deal like that in the first place. So, I don't know, man. Like, listen. Sucks to suck, I guess.
Consciousness.
We've seen enough.
Only reason Biggie waited until Morty fell was the bet they had? Exactly. Exactly.
Going through the archives of this campaign. But I think we've learned what we came here to learn.
Is it time for me to receive my judgment then?
Mortarion asked. He stared at the angel in challenge.
We are not going to clap you in irons.
Mortarion looked at the angel with narrowed eyes.
Damn.
That is no answer. That is craven evasion. I hear sentencing in your voice and your words, brother.
He moved to the edge of the roof, then turned around to face his judges.
No, you are not my jailers. You are my judges, but know this. I am yours. Your hypocrisy is naked before me. Do we understand one another?
We do.
I have one last question. I still wonder about the complete purge of the Order. There might have been practical value in keeping some of the mid-level functionaries alive. Or don't you agree?
I do not. Every member of the Order left alive would be a piece of its structure preserved.
Got a lot of high-level
Even the
Primarchs
smallest
here, that's for
fragments
sure.
of that structure would have been more poisonous than
Seen
this air.
Sanguinius,
I
Horse
did
here.
not destroy
Goddamn.
the Order to then permit the possibility that it might take shape again in some way.
Horace looked like he was about to say something else, but kept his peace.
It's the tally that concerns me.
There are millions to work on it. They will complete the task. It is no impossible thing.
Sanguinius glanced at Horace, who nodded, looking pained.
Are we agreed, Sanguinius? Are there more questions? Or can we say truly that we understand?
We can.
Very well,
said Horace, his face set and grim. He stepped forward.
We came to understand, like we said, and now we do.
I wonder if you do.
No. That is our question. Do you
Interesting.
understand what you have done here?
I do. I understood it from the moment I undertook this task. The Galaspar you find is the result that I foresaw.
I will say his fucking like, at least with his brother Primarchs here, I'm not sure exactly how many years after this exscript is taking place, after the conquering of his planet, but you can definitely see his attitude change, that's for sure. Like, he's very fucking standoffish, in a sense. He's very not uptight, I don't think, but he's very arrogant. That arrogance is kind of maximized a lot. I'm sure he's very, very pissed off about having to be in the Imperium, about the fact that he failed. I don't think he really has much of a goal in life anymore, really. Like, yes, it was to help people, I guess, to unify against the warlords on his planet. But after that one fucking guy got killed by Big E there, he was just kind of like, shit, that was kind of like my life's goal was to kill him. I failed at it. I'm a fucking failure. Guess I'll just embrace the suck, you know what I mean? But I will say, like, I really like his design as well. Just the illustration of him. This fucking, like, this Mad Max kind of, like, mask he's got with the scythe, man, looks fucking very badass. They do look sick as fuck, I have to say.
It is the correct one.
That you
Hold on a sec. This is before Morty has ever joined the Great Crusade fully. He's still in training here. I got you. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. The King of Salt is Mortarion. Oh my god.
Result that I foresaw.
Bitter incarnate.
It is the correct one.
That you intended this does not mean you see it fully.
Even you agree with this, Sanguinius?
I do.
Does that surprise you?
It does.
Then you do not see it all. And there is something that it is terribly important you will be able to see.
There was something in Horus's eyes of the sorrow that had been in their fathers.
And that is?
The other cost.
To whom?
To the population of Galaspar.
Mortarion grunted in disbelief.
They are liberated.
Physically, they are. In other respects, they are not. They are traumatized. They have seen death in person sweep through their world. They do not know what freedom is. How could they? Where would they have encountered it? The force that oppressed them was destroyed by a greater one. All they know is destruction. And then there is this tally. They are doing it because it was a command. That's the only meaning they see in it. The meaning of obedience, not the point of the tally itself. I don't know what will happen to them when they are done, and there are no further commands. Do you see?
Horus sounded like he was pleading.
Liberation is not just the destruction of the oppressor. We can't replace one tyranny with another.
Horus paused, and his last sentence struck Mortarion like a poisoned dagger. He felt its effect spread through his veins, cold with a truth too large and awful to grasp fully in the instant.
What's it gonna be?
This is what our father wants you to see, Mortarion. He wants you to understand the need for nuance in the crusade. You cannot always be the scythe. Look down below, brother. Look at the hills of bodies. You can see them even from this height.
Mortarion looked back and down at the distant ground and the mounds of the dead. On them, the people he had freed were moving like maggots on carrion.
Fuck.
Counting and counting. Was that liberation? We can't replace one tyranny with another. The sentence kept echoing in his mind. It set up resonances he did not want to hear.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of like a baseline by Horus there too, you know, like straight up, like you can't replace one tyranny with another. Just kind of goes to show like Horus back in the day before he was corrupted was actually pretty decent, you know, like, you know, he's looking at like the absolute subjugation effects of like Mortarion, what he potentially could do, and it's just like, holy fuck, like you can't just massacre 99% of the population and call it liberated. Like that's not a liberation, holy shit. Horus was most loved for a reason. Yeah, I can tell, like straight up, like very, very goated is Horus's knowledge, I will say, like his insight, you know, his ability to just realize like, yeah, just straight up murder and execution isn't the way forward. But obviously that changes. Imperium free you? Yeah, right. Yeah, true. Very true. As free as you can be in the Imperium, of course.
Echoing in his mind. It set up resonances he did not want
Naturally
to hear.
voiced RP as the guy voicing
himself to
Cynreius?
listen
Yeah,
to
I
what
thought so.
Horus wanted
I actually
him
thought so.
to
I was gonna
hear.
say, that sounds kind of like
Maybe
him.
Horus was right. Maybe his father's sorrow was right. The look in those eyes. Had there been something other than sorrow in them? Had there been the hope that Mortarion would find a destiny richer than the one his first father had bequeathed to him? He shook off the thought, and the weaknesses that it came with. He faced Horus again.
I see the people of Galaspar. I see what I have done. I would do it again. I have
Goddamn.
ended the tyranny that enchained them. The tally of the dead is the task of a people who must see and know that their former masters are truly dead. And the cost. Everything has a cost. What do you think
Holy
would
shit.
have happened if we had accepted the cost of a blockade and siege? Would the liberty of these people be a sylvan paradise? Perhaps the likes of Rabute would believe in such a vision, but I am no such fool.
You are. If you imagine yourself unique in your experience of a lethal homeworld. As you
Damn.
are too, if you think the manner of your conquest has no impact beyond the end itself. You came to Galaspar as the Angel of Death, Mortarion, not as a liberator. That is the core of the matter.
If the angel was aware of any irony in
That's kind of amazing to hear from Sanguinius. Sanguinius obviously having a very similar kind of upbringing, not in terms of like what they went through, but in terms of like their planet, the way their planet kind of was by design, kind of similar in ways, different obviously, but still kind of the same. Sanguinius is straight up telling them, yeah, like that's no way to justify what the fuck you just did right there. Like that's still pretty crazy. And it really kind of isn't, you know, like if it's not necessary to, you know, absolutely execute fucking everyone, then why would you? Toxic versus radioactive. That's true. That's true. Very true.
Is the core of
So
the matter.
similar
the angel was
situations,
aware of any
different
irony
ways
in
to
his
kill you, I
words,
guess, if
he
you will.
gave no sign of it.
Does that displease you, Sanguinius? Perhaps it does not. Perhaps it is useful to use me to burnish your own self-image.
You broadcast the execution of the Lord Comptroller to billions,
Oh,
brought death to this world, and began what you call its moment of liberation with death.
And yet the 8th Legion spreads terror by any means it can. It has broadcast its share of executions. I have not seen them on trial.
Enough!
Horus shouted.
Enough!
He said again, more quietly and with true sorrow.
It is all far beyond enough. We have seen enough. We know enough. Mortarion, you've done enough.
Horus lowered his head for a
Mortarion,
moment,
you're fucking
then
crazy.
looked
You're
up,
out. You're
regretful
fired.
Yet determined.
There is compliance here. Instead, there is a wasteland and a population consumed by their fear of the Imperium, of the embodiment of death.
Broadcast executions, a place straight out of Curse's book. Yeah.
The conquest
To
of
billions
Galaspar
is pretty
will be
nice.
forever marked
Pretty
as a tragedy
crazy.
of the Great Crusade. It will never be celebrated. It will be the work of generations for the Imperium to undo what you have done here.
That's
You
true.
were censured, Mortarion, and your first command will be commemorated by morning.
Mortarion said nothing. He was calm in his anger. It felt cold as a tomb. He foresaw
Like, I will say though, like, just take a look at this motherfucker and be surprised that he's like absolutely executing everybody in the most brutal fashion he possibly could. Like, this dude looks like he's going to do that. I'm just saying, like, can't really be shocked, can't really be surprised.
He was calm in his anger. It felt cold as a tomb. He foresaw this too.
Farewell, Mortarion. I take my leave of you. Though I doubt you will believe me, I feel no pleasure in this judgment, or in the accomplishment of this task. My hope is that when next we meet, you will agree that our decision this day was the just one.
The angel boarded the Storm Eagle. Horus lingered a moment longer.
Please learn from this, Mortarion. Learn that there is another path for you.
Mortarion stared back at his brother, waiting him out, and at last Horus broke with his gaze and joined Sanguinius aboard the gunship. It roared away, climbing quickly. Mortarion stayed where he was, alone with the sepulchre of anger.
Damn. The Great Crusade.
Mortarion, liberator of barbarous
Oh,
kneels
we're getting the face
before
cam. Holy shit.
In the wake of Nikaea's death, the Reaper of Men keeps to his oaths and pledges his fealty to his true father, the Emperor of mankind. And he is not alone. He has equals. He has brothers. From a brutal life on Barbarous to the Imperium of Mankind, a galaxy-spanning empire reuniting the lost colonies of mankind. The scale of change...
Hammer King jump scare? Yikes.
Mortarion and the Barbarans. He is gifted the Dusk Raiders, the Hastatis, superhuman warriors crafted from his own genetic material. Sons to him as he is a son of this Emperor. And he admits they are the greatest warriors he has ever seen. He could have conquered Barbarous in a day with them. He is their Primarch, and will lead them across the stars in the Great Crusade. In the wake of the events on Barbarous, he is summoned to his father's side, and is immediately unnerved. The finery, the gold, and luxury is alien to him. He sees it as almost disgusting. And then there is him, the Emperor, a psyker beyond measure, who in many aspects Mortarion sees Nikaea.
That looks
He
crazy.
knows this Emperor. His father is better in some ways. He truly has come to bring enlightenment and prosperity. But Mortarion keeps his guard up, as he sees too many similarities with that monster who raised him. If the weight of the failure was not enough, his paranoia of the Emperor leads him to dark thoughts. Why was he cursed to live on Barbarous, despite the power of this master of mankind? Did the Emperor know he would fail? Did he manipulate him to gain his oath?
Fucking
He
100%,
stole his
my guy.
triumph. Mortarion was meant to be the liberator, and the Emperor stole that from him too, forever making the Emperor the liberator. One who had not struggled with the people in the brutal war before. A father is beholden to educate his son.
Now that was a pretty crazy statement that he just made there. He's acting as if like the emperor of all fucking people, and I'm getting this feeling for like potentially any of the other Primarchs. He's getting the feeling that like they have not gone through hardships like he has, which is kind of a fucking cope statement because they've all gone through hardships, arguably none more so than the Emperor. The Emperor has done a lot of goddamn shit in his life. He's old as fuck, so by definition of that, he's done a lot of shit in his life. To sit there and say like, oh, he just wanted to liberate this one world as if he fucking cared the most about doing that. Like, no, he doesn't give a shit about liberating that one world specifically, right? Like that just makes no sense. So I don't know. Meanwhile, Angron, yeah, exactly, right? But I don't know. This I can kind of see where like the arrogance and like the prickishness, as you guys say, is kind of coming from. Like he kind of seems in his own head a little bit here, as it were.
Brutal war before. A father is beholden to educate his sons. You learned a valuable lesson that day.
Like my hardship is more than yours. You don't get it.
Humility, Mortarion. There are some enemies you cannot alone defeat. The Emperor let him lose.
Entitlement to
learn
victimhood,
a
yeah.
lesson. But it was one Mortarion couldn't accept, and he kept his true feelings to himself. The Emperor gifted Mortarion Lantern's Light. I
think that's actually pretty apt.
A legion, one free for him to mold for the Great Crusade. And as Mortarion held the weapon in his grip, he felt excitement. He didn't wish to serve, but he did love to fight. The test of endurance.
Also, I wonder how much like one-on-one time he had with the Emperor. If it was like a lot or not that much, comparatively.
He would fight in this Great Crusade for the sheer thrill of battle across the stars. It would be in the wake of a decade of
Not much.
molding the newly donned Death Guard Legion that Mortarion would face his first war. A conflict so destructive and brutal his brothers were sent to find out the truth for themselves. The Lord of Death would tell them the tale of the Lords of Galaspar, and then he would hear their judgment. They were ready.
Man, they do look fucking scary, though. Like, that looks awesome, I have to
The
say.
Death Guard were bound to Mortarion's will. Even when they were Dusk Raiders, there had been a grim sense of stoicism to the Legion, one that complemented Mortarion's own. The ships and plates of the Legionaries became reinforced. They were slower, but more enduring. The Reaper's Scythe, favored by their Primarch, was spread throughout. The philosophy of a slow, unstoppable wave enduring the brunt of their enemy as they delivered death. Mortarion was armed in a ceramite plate crafted by his father, but he cast off the pointless ornamentation, painting on the skulls and sunset of the Death Guard. He attached his own mask, filled with the air of Barbarous.
I was gonna say, maybe that's exactly what it is. Maybe it's like the casting off of all like the ornamentation and shit. That's like kind of got me like on their armor a little bit, like why I kind of like it a little bit more, because it looks a lot more like practical without the ornamentation, you know what I'm saying? It looks good without it. And they just like, they have that like, that fucking like, that like scary aesthetic. I just want to go back a little bit to like this frame. Like, you know, there's not a lot of like ornamentation on it, but there's a lot of spikes. There's a lot of shit that makes them look fucking terrifying. You know, it's like fear, and it's that overlapping armor too. They're just kind of bulked up a little bit more than average. Power sights too. Power sights are also fucking terrifying as well. Like, bro, like, yeah, power sword, okay, sure, right? But man, a power scythe, what the fuck, you know? And like the range on that too, some scary shit, man. I would not want to fight that.
Mortarion was armed in a ceramite plate crafted by his father, but he cast off the pointless ornamentation.
The Centurion towards the Death Guard? No. No.
Death Guard. He attached his own mask, filled with the air of Barbarous, a permanent piece of that accursed world always with him. Everything is a test. Life is a challenge that must be endured. Those who are not testing themselves every day are those who are already dying. The Death Guard fleet rocketed towards their target. The first war with the Primarch and Legion unified. The Lords of Galaspar. A rumor Mortarion had heard during his training and recruitment from Barbarous. The Imperial spies had brought back more
Sights are really bad weapons, IRL. IRL, yes. Now listen, IRL, yes, a scythe is not a great weapon at all, right? However, it's scary as fuck. You're telling me still, like, you would not run from, like, the fucking typical, like, you know, Children of the Corn, like, crazy farmer with a scythe. You're telling me you wouldn't be fucking shitting your pants over that? Because I would be still. It's scary shit, man. You know, it's not about how practical the weapon is. It's about how much fear it induces in oneself. And I think scythes are pretty scary, realistically speaking, you know? You know, scythes are pretty scary. They're not the most deadly, but they're scary.
Spies had brought back more pieces that let the Primarch assemble the picture. The Galasparian Empire. It was a brutal regime. A multi-planet empire presiding over billions and billions of people. All ruled
style over practicality, yeah.
An extreme fascistic regime. The rule of the overlords was absolute. An inherited protected class that used those beneath them. The billion slave caste didn't even have names, forced to work and serve in brutal factories and slave armies, constantly fed a chemical soup that kept them compliant.
Death Guard have the drip, they do.
24/7
they really do.
Blasts of propaganda blared in every room upon these worlds.
Fuck,
and the reward
that would drive me crazy.
Short and painful life was to be thrown into the food vats, crushed into a protein paste.
Oh.
An unquestioning ruling caste who tortured and used those below them. It wasn't hard for Mortarion to see the similarity with the overlords of his home. And here it was, an opportunity for Mortarion to succeed in toppling tyrants. This time. The Galasparian
Welcome to the current 40k hive? Yeah, pretty much, man, from what I understand.
To bring them into compliance. Unless Mortarion
even in death you serve in someone else's belly.
Great meteors with engines strapped to them rocketed past the system's outer defenses. The Death Guard fleet using them as shields as they plunged into the heart of this rotten empire.
Fuck.
My Death Guard, when I first came to you, I called you my unbroken blades. I promised you that justice would come from your hands. I vowed
even in death you are served, true.
Worlds.
I like that too.
On this day, doom comes to the first of them. Humanity suffers on Galaspar. The Order rules this empire, and the Order is as obscene as the subjugation of its people.
The First Order.
Justice demands annihilation. Banish all thoughts of mercy, because mercy is the plaything of the coward and the lie of the tyrant.
Fuck.
Today, The blade descends on tyranny's neck. Nothing shall stay our hand. No enemy can stand before us.
Oh, my alarm.
Death is the truth that awaits us all.
Sorry.
We march with death. We are one with death. Now let doom and justice be one. For humanity to be free, its oppressors must die. That was the lone sentiments that drove him, and he would pay the cost it took to destroy that evil. Those Death Guard ships that lagged behind were left. Just as on Barbarous there was only attack. There had never been retreat from the overlords, so it was better to die with the only chance of victory.
I love how their philosophy is straight up like, there can't be any tyranny left if we kill all the tyranny. If all the people are dead on the planet, then tyranny doesn't exist anymore. Then no tyranny can be spread or propagated. Like, straight up, like, if you leave such a small population left alive, then they can't focus on enslaving each other or being above each other, because they have to work together then in such small numbers. It's almost a correlation to his planet, to his environment, right? Because it was such a small amount of humans, I think, on his home planet fighting these warlords, fighting these mutants, right? That in a way that these humans were forced to work together. They literally couldn't fight each other. So maybe that's also like part of his psyche. I don't know. Maybe that's just like some like left thought, like pushed out of nowhere. But I don't know. It's weird to think about.
The Galasparian fleets fell for the ruse, loading too many shells into the meteors, and the Hastati's vessels got close enough to
saving humanity by killing them. Classic AI thought process, pretty much. Well, that is the thought process of Nurgle, kind of, at the end of the day, is it not? I could be wrong.
Nothing. A meat shield to delay the inevitable. The shadow of Mortarion's fleet loomed over the capital.
That's like what the propagandists would have you say.
Broke their arrogant
have you think?
Like shards of flame, the meteors exploded on the Primarch's orders, showering the world with impact and death.
Fuck.
The world was in chaos. The panicked lords locked down their tower and ordered the military to converge to them, but the Death Guard were already landing.
Nurgle doesn't like death, he is decay and rebirth. I guess so. I guess that's true. It's just so hard for me to look at Nurgle and not think like I guess it is undeath. That's the thing, right? It is undeath at the end of the day, but it's conventionally dead by like a human standard. You know what I'm saying? It's just so hard to wrap your brain around. But yeah, you're right. You're like straight up, he hates death. Yeah, it's just so fucking like weird to think about that like what he has going on is some form of life still. You know what I'm saying? It's so fucking crazy to think about it. But yeah, it is still at the end of the day. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know, man. Nurgle is such a fucked up deity. I feel like I could never like, I don't know. I feel like I could never get behind them personally. Just me, but I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I'll be Nurgle green pilled after all this. Yeah, it is rebirth nonetheless. You are right. Like yeah, it's 100% true.
Converged to them, but the Death Guard were already landing, beginning their ground assault. Through smoke and flame, the silhouettes of giants walked, the pounding drum of the march, shaking the poor wretches that dared to
Nurgle loves
the
you.
Waves of death approaching. They formed a wedge.
Yeah, I feel like I'm more of a Khorne guy personally. I will admit.
The order. The soldiers of Galaspar surrounded the invaders.
Maybe that's bitch basic, but the color scheme on Khorne is just sick.
They seemed only to be offering themselves up for slaughter. The leader of the giants carried a massive scythe, and his warriors bore weapons that were made in its image. For all the people that feared the lords, something more terrifying had arrived. Like automatons of flesh, officers guided drugged-up hordes of slave soldiers into the Death Guard that fell in waves, rain from silence. Mortarion's scythe, at such speed it was as if a razor blur carved men. Mortarion, Tursus, Garrow, Barazon, Terrans and Barbarans together waded through thousands of the sacrificed people of Galaspar, thrown at them by those tyrannical lords. The Death Guard had punched to the bottom of the Lord's tower and began their ascent. They had 24 hours to reach their target, Before enemy reinforcements would arrive, Galaspar would fall in a day, Mortarion vowed, as he and his...
I really enjoy how, like, straight up, like, by their own admittance here, like, oh yeah, these people are, like, forced to go fight. You know, they're basically a slave population. They're being thrown at the enemy to go combat them, slow them down. And then in that same line, Mortarion issues, like, no surrender, no retreat, you know what I'm saying? Fucking no survivors, like, quite literally kill them all. Like, it's just fucking hilarious to me, like, because he even admits, like, yeah, this planet's under tyranny. He knows it, like, yeah, this planet's completely under tyranny. The people don't have a choice. We need to free these people and liberate them. Also, don't take any survivors. Fucking kill them all, butcher them, actually, in fact. Like, what? What?
Arrive. Galaspar would fall in a day.
Seems counterproductive. Thought we were freeing people here. No, definitely not.
Layer by
freeing you of life.
Mortarion and the Death Guard ascended, marching headlong into ambush after ambush. Despite their chemical concoction flooding the slave armies, the fear was reaching them.
The slave armies.
The lords inside their bunkers panic. The idea of the common people being afraid of something more than them, truly horrifying them. Mortarion and his death shroud punched their way into an open space, meeting a wall of resistance designed to halt their enemies. Turrets and lasfire pounded them as tanks charged at the Primarch. Flame washed over him. He drove through the inferno, and the force of the blast sought to push him back. His armor temperature soared, and his pain was a deep crimson. He charged without pause, without mercy, and in another moment he could see again as he came through the fire. He jumped and landed on the turret of a tank in front of him. He swung Silence down, and the battle's scythe's blade sliced through the turret.
Fuck.
With two more blows, he had cut the tank wide open.
Jesus.
The metal peeled back as if it were weak as flesh. The crew looked up at him in horror, and his next swipe killed them all. Spraying the interior with blood as their bodies burst apart.
Fuck.
Mortarion cleaved through more tanks until they rammed him, attempting to drown him in a tide of metal and flame. Mortarion couldn't breathe. Everything was black and red. Somewhere far away the engines howled, and treads shrieked for grip on rockcrete. The pressure was mounting. He was pinned and he had no leverage. No, he would not die here. He would endure. For humanity to be free, its oppressors must die. The lords would die.
I'd assume, like, you know, he seems like a very, very powerful Primarch for sure. Where would you guys, like, rank him? Kind of like in the dueling prowess of, like, the other Primarchs. Like, what would you guys kind of rank him in your guys' mind? You know? What would you guys say, like, his power scale is at? You know, and obviously, no, don't spoil, but just in your mind, like, you know, out of 10, what rating would you give him, let's say? You know, just out of curiosity. Because, you know, part of me thinks, like, yeah, he seems like he's very, very badass here. He seems like he's very combat capable. But then I think, too, he's using a scythe, right? And then we got to think how, you know, in combat, how useful is a combat scythe? Obviously, when you're butchering just humans, it's kind of like, yeah, sure, that'll work, but... You know, after his ascension, let's talk about before his ascension right now. I know he does reach Daemon Primarch levels eventually, so that's fucking a whole other league. But currently, as just like another Primarch, where would you guys like rank him? You know what I'm saying? Before the transition, high mid, 10 in stamina, 10 endurance. He's an absolute beast, pretty high. I'd say so too. Like, he seems like he's pretty fucking strong. Again, being able to cut through a fucking tank like that with a scythe, you know, nonetheless, that's some powerful shit for sure. I'm sure we're gonna see him probably engage in quite a few duels here. You know, I don't know for certain, maybe not. But let's see how that goes, right? He is durable, has decent fight skills. But against the lion, no chance. I got you. Yeah, the lion's like hard to compete with. Let's be honest. The lion's like as top as it gets, pretty much. You know, I don't know if anybody really could compete with the lion. To be fair, like it's a hard matchup.
Be free. Its oppressors must die. The lords would die. Mortarion broke out, clutching a vortex grenade with his only free arm, and he threw it.
Maybe just kill him in because of plot armor. To be fair.
An infinitesimal point of nothing became a gaping black maw in a fraction of a second. Surrounded by a maelstrom of tortured reality, the spiral forces ripped the tanks apart. The hunger of the Inferium consumed machine and mortal, and the vortex grew as it fed, dominating the entire center of the chamber. Soldiers leapt from the entangled, trapped and stalled tanks and tried to flee. From his position on the wreckage, Mortarion addressed them, the Voxcast in his armor sending his cold voice across the square. You are slaves of the Order. You are slaves, yet you perpetuate the greater slavery. You fight for its continuance. For that you are judged.
What?
For that you are condemned.
That's fucked.
For that, this is your sentence. The Order's soldiers died, as many of Mortarion's men had too, but the Legion pressed on. The Lords of Galaspar reminded him of life on Barbarous, a tyrannical ruling elite.
Did you guys hear that line there? So, as many of Mortarion's men had died too, so did he take an extremely high, like, casualty fucking loss rate, like, during this fight? Because, like, my god, like, if these are just baseline humans and they're kind of going, like, number for number with fucking Astartes, that's kind of insane. Like, that's kind of nuts to think about, first off of. Like, you know, props to these guys, props to this literally a slave army fucking giving them a run for their money. But also, like, the case of two, like, you're literally admitting, like, they're a slave army. You're fighting for tyranny, you know? So what's their alternative, right? Like, their alternative is to just be, like, probably hung in the street as traitors, right? Or killed. So you would rather that than them fight against you and die anyway. And, like, that's the thing. No surrender is fucking crazy, bro. No surrender is fucking crazy.
But yet here they were human. Not like the gaunt monsters that were the overlords, and in a way that made it worse. But this time it would be different. The Emperor would not intervene. This time he would destroy this blight. The Legion pushed again forward. Though Mortarion could feel the hours ticking away, they were too slow, even as they reached the doors to a grand chamber. But it was as if the air in the room was different. Dread. Fear. No. Psychers. The wretched of
Even worse.
humankind. Sorcerous bodily avatars. Fit only for the mercy of extermination.
Fuck, they have psychers?
Mortarion's anger bubbled as he recognized this sensation. A shambling horde of mutants. The tortured and the damned. A shameful secret of the Lords was thrown at them. The floor ahead rippled and began to liquefy. Rent in the air disgorged lightning blasts of acid. A spiral warp storm exploded in the center of the chamber. Mortarion was in the heart of a storm. His soul writhed, his mind convulsing with an explosion of painful memories. His abuse from Nikaea, the barbarians who died fighting for him.
Psychers were fairly common at this point in time, that's true.
The Emperor shackling him to...
Being able to actually, like, utilize them in, like, an effective way, that wasn't something that everybody could do, though, right? Like, because I know a lot of psychers kind of, like, fucking... You know, that's why they hunted them down and killed them all, right? Because they were just, like, fucking super dangerous and, like, unstable, right? So to actually be able to, like, utilize them, that's kind of top shit, I won't lie.
His failure at the summit, the Emperor shackling him to service. No, he killed sorcery on Barbarous, and he would do it again. His armor was scorched.
Psychers took over systems? Oh shit, I didn't know that.
With all the strength he had left, he pushed forward to the horde and cut them down. The more that fell, the weaker the vortex became until it failed. As the last of the mutant abominations was slain. They had made it. The Lords of Galaspar were close. Those vile, tyrannical, genocidal oppressors would die.
Yeah,
but the Death
unlike
Guard
myself,
had
of
delayed
course.
Too much.
My
The
Death
armies of
Guard are
Galaspar
so much better.
assembled and reached
Like,
them.
whoa.
Mortarion made the tough decision. He swallowed his ego, his need for vengeance, and broke off, allowing a small squad to make the final ascent, as he, Typhon, Garrow, and the others went outside to meet the oncoming assault. Ranks of mortal men and women, marching beside fields of tanks, looked to the sky. Their once unbreakable superiority died, as rad bombs fell right on top of them.
Fuck.
As they choked on the miasma, shapes quickly approached. As the Death Guard ran through their own poison, screams and flames surrounded Mortarion. He was death, and he was sweeping his curse through their enemy. He was the front point of a wave of destruction.
That's so fucked too, because they're using like literally like chemical warfare too. Like, I know like that's not necessarily like, you know, above the Astartes, you know, like I'm sure they you know, they do worse, the Exterminatus planets, right? Like in the Imperium, it's you know, something they, there's worse fates out there, but straight up, like I've never heard of like another Space Marine Legion fucking straight up using like chemical warfare bombs just like on the daily, like, you know what I'm saying, for like no other reason than fuck it, this is just like what we have, this is our munitions, like why would we not use them, you know? Fucking waste not to, am I right? Like holy shit, that's pretty base shit, I'm not gonna lie. It's an awful way to go though. Like yeah, it just goes to show they don't care about like casualties, right? They don't care if people surrender. There's no such thing as surrender with these guys. Like yeah, can't really surrender when your fucking insides are melting, that's for sure.
Through their enemy, he was the front point of a wave of destruction, and in his wake, his legionaries brought more of the same. Death spread wide and far over the order.
Chemical, nuclear,
Hundreds
biological.
of soldiers died with every passing
Morty will
second.
use the worst
More
stuff.
tanks
Yeah, seems
collided,
like it.
More exploded. Destruction.
Biological warfare
reigned.
is fucking the worst,
You
man.
are my unbroken blades.
How you doing, Troy?
Mortarion vox to his sons. Our losses make us stronger, for the enemy sees our indomitable advance and knows we cannot be stopped. You are one with me, my sons, and I with you, the Barbarans and Terrans, united by one man, unleashed death upon their enemy. They were Mortarion's sons. He loved them and vowed to keep them strong, tough enough to endure anything. The Order's reinforcements was repelled, buying enough time for the second contingent to complete their own mission. The Lords of Galaspar had been seized. From a parade ground, Mortarion projected their execution to the entire Empire. The once gods amongst men bled like mortals, as the crowds of workers and once enslaved gathered. You are free, Mortarion bellowed, as the Lords of Galaspar died. He exclaims to the free to hunt down the last of the Order in all the dark places they hid. Burn all of their touch.
I would say chemical is worse, since from biological you would die relatively quickly. Well, from chemical weapons, yeah, well, see, that's the thing. There's plenty of biological weapons where you do not die quickly, and that isn't the intent of it, right? Depends what kind of weapon it is, right? But a lot of biological weapons, to my understanding, it's actually meant to not kill the host quickly, and that's to allow for that disease to spread, right? If it kills the host relatively quickly, then the disease can't spread. It can't inflict the most amount of damage possible. Versus, right, like, you know, if you're utilizing a biological weapon, you know, you want that to happen. So you could potentially be writhing for up to a week, you know what I'm saying, in a debilitating state. I don't know. It's hard to say, because if you go into a chemical gas, like if you go into a chlorine gas cloud and you sit there for a minute, 2 minutes, you're dead. You know what I'm saying? Versus, you know, I don't know. I don't want to think about how nasty some biological diseases potentially could be.
In all the dark places they hid, burn all of their touch, all they valued, to the ground. A revolution spread across Galaspar and its system. Mortarion and the Death Guard were victorious. But others did not see it this way. A year
Bring back mustard
after
gas.
victory,
Mustard gas is more
Mortarion
humane than
was summoned
biological
back.
weapons, in my
He
mind.
stood in the
Straight up.
wastes of
100%
Galaspar
is.
with his brothers,
100%.
Horus and Sanguinius. Even now, the idea of brothers seemed alien. They had been sent by their father to discover the truth of Galaspar, a retelling Mortarion gave, though his brother's responses enraged him. How did they not see? He had done in a day what would have taken years. How many Imperial lives had he spared? He had destroyed the oppressors.
But at what
He had
cost?
destroyed evil. Enough, Horus bellowed. Yes, the people were free, but in other respects they are not. They are traumatized. They have seen death in person sweep through their world. They do not know what freedom is. How could
So that's
they?
why that
Where would they
conversation
have encountered
came to
it?
be. I see.
The force that oppressed them was destroyed by a greater one. All they know is destruction. Yes, he destroyed the lords. But what had he left in their wake? He was a destroyer. But what did he build? The Great Crusade was about more than this. He needed to be more than just the scythe that reaped the grain. He had to plant the seeds too. But Mortarion couldn't see it. This was not destruction. Barbarous was worse than this. And he and his people had survived. They had carved a path themselves. If the people of Galasbar couldn't endure this and come out strong and free,
Holy
they
shit.
were weak. It was that look in Sanguinius' eye.
See, I feel like that's such a fucking cope statement because Mortarion literally was about to fucking die on that planet before Big E came and saved him. So it's like the case of like, bro, your people were too weak by that exact same fucking standard that you're judging these people by. 100%, like that is straight hypocritical. Like 100%, you know? So like if like you are just as weak in that context that he just described it in. 100% in my mind. Chemical is viscous in the short term. In short-term warfare, biological is more long-term warfare. That's the thing too, and you can contain chemical weapons a lot easier than you can contain the spread of a biological disease, right? And the main thing too, the disgusting part about utilizing biological weapons is the fact that it's usually meant to hamper a civilian population more so than a military target, right? Like with a chemical weapon, you're typically going to target military targets with that chemical weapon for the most part. Obviously, you're going to have terrorist cells, countries that don't follow the rules of war that are going to deploy gases on civilian centers, but largely disease warfare or biological warfare, it's meant to be spread against civilian populations strictly, right? It's meant to hamper the industrial capabilities of a enemy nation, essentially, right? It's pretty brutal shit, right? Like it's not good. It's not good at all. Wait, welcome to Chaos Theories, total hypocrisy. Yeah, true. That's why nukes rule. Honestly, again, like I'm just gonna say it now, nukes are probably the most humane. Again, as fucked up as that is to say, out of chemical gassing or biological warfare, nuking is probably the most humane, straight up. If you're gonna release like fucking like a weaponized Ebola strain on the world, you might as well nuke it, right? Get it done quicker and get it done faster and save everybody a lot of suffering, like straight up 100%. You know, I don't know, maybe that's just my thoughts on it. I don't want to be bleeding from my eyes and anus on my way out, like personally. I don't know about you guys, but fuck.
And they were weak. It was that look in Sanguinius' eye. Pity. He hated it. It was the same look the Emperor gave him, like a tool who strayed too far from the path laid out for him. No, Barbarous had made him, turned him into a warrior. He was the
Sounds fun, does not sound fun,
he
no.
destroyed evil. Nikaea built many things. The ability to create, to build, wasn't always pure. Mortarion and his legion found no praise from the others, but they didn't need it. The legion was unified, and was set loose upon the stars, to battle non-compliant colonies of man and Xenos. To the furthest reaches of the growing Imperium the Death Guard was sent, expanding the growing empire as the decades began to pass. For an approval he never sought, it began to frustrate Mortarion. How him and his legion were relegated to the sidelines, whilst others drew favour from their father. Easier campaigns, rewards and honours were lashed upon those such as Sanguinius, Dawn and Guilliman, whilst
I know for a goddamn fact that with his attitude, he did not just come here and say, "Oh, I don't need your praise. I don't need your approval. Fuck you guys. You know, you're all a bunch of bitches. You guys can't understand the grand vision I have, you know, kind of thing." And then as the years go on, he's just like, "Oh, why are we getting sidelined? Why are we, you know, not getting the praise we deserve? Why are we getting harder campaigns and no honors for it? Like that type of shit. It's like, bro, because one, you don't ask for it. You make a point to say that every fucking time we talk to you. Two, you don't listen to us. You don't give a shit to heed our advice in any sort of capacity. And three, you're just an asshole. Like straight up. Oh my God. I straight up turned that alarm off that time. That's bullshit. Listen, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to fucking turn this phone off right now. Oh my God, not an emergency call. That shit's pissing me off. That time I actually canceled that straight up. I said, nope, I don't need the alarm. And it's still like, nope, you're going to play music. So that's cool. But yeah, no. Morty is just a straight up hypocrite. Yeah, no, he is just straight up a hypocrite, I think. So far, at least, from what I can see. I'm sure that point is only going to get reinforced further, but let's see.
Were lashed upon those such as Sanguinius, Dawn, and
Morty
Gilliman,
is a total prick again. Maybe, you know, I haven't seen any real reason for it. That's the problem. Like, he seems like he's just kind of being a prick to be a prick, almost.
Many wars, Mortarion cut an isolating figure. There were many brothers he disliked. One he even hated. Magnus
Who did he
the
hate?
Red.
Magnus?
His open use of vile sorcery.
Oh, wow.
Disgusted him.
What a
Others
pussy.
he respected, such as Ferris and Vulcan, and only one he looked up to.
I can understand
Horus,
the PTSD.
One who actually
But, like,
looked
come
him
on
in
now,
the
Morty.
eye
You can't
and
hate him
called
just for that.
Brother. The presence of Horus had been incredible even centuries ago, when they first met in the wake of Mortarion's discovery. Horus was a warrior. Horus had honor and bled beside his men. So he did not begrudge him when after 2 centuries of war, he was named War
Disgusting
Master.
wizard.
The Emperor was returning to Terra to work on something he didn't even deign to tell his sons. A lord keeping secrets. An unsurprising move, Mortarion thought. Once again, the Imperium changed. Now they would all fight for Horus's attention. Above Ullanor, Mortarion and the Khan agreed on this sentiment. They could both see the squabbling of their brothers, and how they would fight for his attention, wanting to prove who was the best, who was the strongest. The Reaper of Men and the Warhawk of Chagoris both wondered who would be the strongest between them. Mortarion was content to leave the bureaucracy and growing administration, all the courtly excess at the heart of the growing Imperium far away. But one thing demanded his intervention. He was a genius of war, a tactician and a strategist with physical strength and stature far beyond any mortal man. But he was human. He felt joy.
Purdy had a reason for his bitterness and crash out. Meanwhile, Morty is just a
There
prick.
was one emotion he wore like an armor.
Like, again, I'm not trying to be that guy. I feel like we almost, like, missed something, you know what I mean? I feel like we almost missed something, because he just went from, like, okay, I can kind of understand his point. Okay, he seems kind of reasonable with what he's, like, trying to do here. Okay. And then it just goes to, like, complete 1,000, like, now we're just going to execute the civilians, execute the surrendered, fuck them all, burn them all, you know, biological, chemical warfare, fucking throw all of it at them, you know, we're not going to take prisoners, doesn't matter, right? Like, it just kind of seems like it popped up out of nowhere, you know what I mean? Is it all because of the kill steal? Like, straight up, is that the reason? Like, was that, like, all of this because of that? Like, come on now, like, that's a bad reason, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a bad reason. He just wanted to have some fun, what do you mean? Fuck, maybe, I mean, it seems like it, I guess, holy shit. Like, it just doesn't seem like he's got a reason to be such a dick. Daddy 1 throws a constant tantrum. Really, it's just that's all. Wow, okay. Morty was just traumatized because the Emperor stole his killing god. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure. I just, you know, it seemed like we were missing something almost, but okay. Okay. Yeah, maybe he's just a prick. Plain and simple.
The decades grew that bitterness into hatred. The Psyker, the Witch, the abhorrent art he and his warlock had suffered under. He had not forgotten
awful upbringing, yeah.
Twisted and vile things, even forcing him to
having a necromancer dad would be
felt that very
pretty sus, I will admit.
He had seen the horrors that lingered in the warp. He had killed Psykers on thousands of worlds. Mortarion had begun a campaign that grew over many decades, gathering supporters on two sides that would eventually propose a question to the Imperium that it would have to answer. Nikaea, the Colosseum carved into the heart of a dormant volcano, a hosting ground for the trial of Magnus and his sons.
Interesting.
The question of whether psychic powers would continue within the legions had begun. The Primarchs or their emissaries gathered, the largest display of Imperial might since Ullanor less than a decade before. Many of Mortarion's brothers had made their vote known, but only he, Leman Russ, Sanguinius, Jagatai Khan and Magnus had taken strong positions. Before the assembled court, Mortarion began his speech. He spoke of the horrors, the abuses of psychers they had encountered across the stars.
Right.
He spoke of Old Night, the collapse of humanity millennia before.
I do recall
the
this.
tyranny of unsanctioned rampant freedoms of psychers. Mortarion's mind was drawn back to Nikaea. To channel the warp gave power to anyone, from the righteous to the downright hateful. It was corrupting. It turned people into
It was corrupting.
oppressors. And for humanity to be free, its oppressors must die. Mortarion's speech drew many of the skeptical to his and Russ's banner, but the tide began to swing as he was followed by the oratory brilliance of his brother Magnus.
So what? Man, what does that make
As the
Mortarion
crowd
then in his
rose,
eyes? Like,
Magnus's
I just wonder.
speech. The court of the Imperium was divided until he responded. The Emperor, called back from terror for this nexus point in Imperial history, he looked into the mind of Magnus. He saw the abuses of trust and breaking of boundaries. Mortarion was right. Those who wielded such power would always be tempted. The tides of Imperial armies could not be trusted with such responsibility. The use of psychic power was banned throughout the legions, and Imperial will was enforced through the new rank of the chaplaincy.
Magnus just
Mortarion's
receives a
plight was
massive nerf.
victorious. As the legion split off to rejoin the war fronts of the Great Crusade, the Death Guard continued their battle across the stars, reaping a toll mountains high. Over 2 centuries of war, it had left the balance of the Legion different. Many of the Terrans had fallen in the line of duty, their ranks swelled now by mostly Barbarans. The traditions of the Dusk Raiders had all been forgotten, replaced by those born of Barbarous during the Overlord War. After each victory,
You might as well call them
as
barbarians
Mortarion
from
had
Barbarous,
before,
right? Like,
he
straight
shared
up.
a cup with one soldier, the drink of poison, a reminder that everything is a test. Life is a challenge that must be
It corrupts as the guy hurling chemical and biological weapons on everyone. Like, bro, that's straight up what I was thinking too. Like, how the fuck is he gonna sit there and say like psychic power corrupts when like straight up you were given a fucking legion, and the second you were given a legion, you're out there fucking abusing the power that your legion has. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up. Like, how the fuck is that not like backwards as shit to you? Like, and how does nobody like in the crowd siding with him like realize that? Like, Mortarion giving this speech, he's probably the worst guy to give this speech on side of that. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but because psychers are super dangerous, I understand that, but like, I'm just saying, like, Mortarion giving this speech on their side is not a good call. Like, they should have got someone else to do it, because Mortarion like talking about an abuse of power when all he's has fucking done so far is abuse his power. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Is a challenge that must be endured. Those who are not testing themselves every day are those who are already dying. He was comfortable only in the company of the Barbarans. They understood. They too had no love for such things as art and finery. Those were obstacles to strength, and indulgence of those who became oppressors. It was in the wake of Nikaea that Mortarion found he had a visitor.
They just care
His
about filling
brother
up the graveyard.
Horace. The two embraced, his charismatic smile charming his legion and in truth him as well. Horace had come to speak with Mortarion of something so important it could only be said in person. Spoke of a future, a devious plan of the Emperor to make himself a god, creating an empire and vanquishing all other religions so his could supplant them all. A future where the ordinary weak human ruled, and many of the Primarchs such as him were forgotten, eliminated in the name of faith. Horus couldn't let that come to pass. He had to save humanity. He would supplant the Emperor and create an Imperium for those who built it. Its warriors.
My
He
new
needed
Imperium.
him, Mortarion, to be humanity's savior. He needed him to kill this oppressor, the psycho who plans to toy and manipulate humanity. Could Horus trust him? Could he rely on him? Was he strong enough for this task? It was as if every word was handcrafted for him. Horus's revelation almost confirmed every dark thought he had. He lied to us. He was a psyker. He let Mortarion be taken, condemning him to grow up on Barbarous. He manipulated him to charge the summit. He stole his vengeance. He stole the opportunity of freedom for his people.
Now, hold the phone, Mortarion. Hold the phone. He didn't manipulate you to charge the summit. If I recall how it went, he was just kind of like, well, why don't you go prove that you can kill this guy? And then if you do that, you know, I'll let you have your planet, whatever have you. I'll let you have your freedom. He just arrogantly said yes, you know. I'm pretty sure it was Mortarion that, like, you know, like, I think the Emperor suggested it, but Mortarion just, like, tripped straight into that one. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but, like, he could have just said no to that. Like, I don't know, like, he could have, like, tried to adjust the rules or something. I don't know, like, argued a little bit. It seems petty. It seems petty to blame it on that.
He was just a tool, to be toyed with and then discarded just like Nikaea would. I will always hate you. Those words he spoke at the summit had always been true. Mortarion and his legion joined Horus. The rebellion would soon begin, but the legion needed to be pure before the war started. A task made easy through the warrior lodges spread throughout the legion, a secret gathering for warriors to leave behind rank and converse as equals, all held by Calas Typhon. To the world of Isstvan III, the Death Guard, Emperor's children, World Eaters and Sons of Horus converged. The world was an open rebellion of the Imperium, and had to be made compliant. To the Death Guard, the structure of the ranks was different. Many of the Terran-born were sent to the ground assault force, as the drop pods fell from the sky. The might of the Imperium rocketed towards Isstvan III, as 4 legions were unleashed, but some had begun to notice how the structure of the ground forces was unusual. It would be Saul Tarvitz of the 3rd and Nathaniel Garrow of the 14th who would discover the horrifying truth. They had been betrayed. Those that fought upon the surface of Isstvan III were those who could not exist in the war.
Well, that's a good point there. Why everyone besides Gilliman's so frustrated that you were tools? Like, didn't you see it already? Like again, like, it makes me think, like, do the Primarchs think that they were, like, birthed naturally? Like, they know they weren't, right? They know that they were created, right? So with the simple knowledge that you were created, would it not also be pertinent to realize that you were created for a reason? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this doesn't take a lot of, like inner thought or deep thought to, like, kind of conceive of, right? Like, you make a very good point there. Like, why are all the Primarchs so disappointed in that? Like, is it so bad that you were created for a reason? Like, is that so terrible? You know what I'm saying? That you are a tool in a sense, if you want to, like, describe yourself as that. Obviously, the Emperor might see you as a tool directly. He might use that sort of harsh language to describe the Primarchs. But you can also be a lot more than that. Like, you know, like, there's nothing stopping you at the end of the day besides yourself and potentially the Emperor, I guess, if you fuck up hard enough. Stop using logic. I don't know, man. Listen, you're right.
Were those who could not exist in the war to come. Legionaries whose loyalty to the Emperor was stronger than that of their Primarch. They had to be purged. To Mortarion, he was killing his own men. But those who held loyalty to that monster, the Emperor, were already traitors in his eyes. They had been the finest warriors he'd ever commanded, but for the ultimate victory he was willing to make the hard decisions. He loved his sons, those that were worthy enough to follow him and his teachings.
There's a theory the Emperor was planning on purging the majority of the Primarchs.
The Legion's ships. Isstvan III bloomed in a wave
after his goals
fire.
were complete.
Mortarion watched as the world
That would be pretty
died.
sick.
How many worlds had he seen die since Galaspar? But what should have been a physical and spiritual cleansing of the Legion, the opening gambit to launch the civil war that would rock the Imperium, it was spoiled as the fires faded and the Life Eater virus had finished devouring the billions of people and soldiers. Great bunker doors opened. The Loyalists lived. A miscalculation that had to be dealt with. Mortarion and his Death Guard drop-podded to the scorched surface of Isstvan III. The Lord of Death led his troops against those he had betrayed. The battle lasted almost months in a brutal close-quarter guerrilla warfare. The hate of those that had been betrayed fell flat against the enduring wall of Mortarion's forces.
Kind of crazy that the survivors on planet actually still held for months. Like, I didn't think it, like, they held out for that long. That's pretty fucking goated, like, straight up. Like, I thought maybe like a couple days or something at the most, like with what actually was able to be kept alive, who actually survived. But months is kind of nuts. That's pretty goated by the Loyalists there, straight up. Mortarion was really shafted. Should have been War Master. Yeah, I don't know about that. Holy shit. Mortarion as War Master would have been fucking crazy. Burn them all! Like, literally, it would have been like a fucking King Aegon situation, bro. Like, straight up.
Been betrayed fell flat against the enduring wall of Mortarion's forces, eventually cutting down the last of those loyal to the Emperor that lied. Though some had managed to escape, such as Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow, one Mortarion had hoped would choose the Legion over the Emperor, one he had shared the poison cup with. A man of honor. The Legion was now pure, and the Imperium had heard Horus's declaration.
Mad King Ares, that's right.
Had begun. The war began to churn and convulse. Raging storms split the Imperium as planets erupted in their support for Horus.
What did the Mad King say when you shoved
to the
his
world
sword,
of Isstvan
your sword in
V,
his back?
The traitor legions assembled, bunkering down on the enormous plateau. They lay behind structured defenses as they prepared for the Imperial response. 7 legions. Mortarion's brothers roared towards the traitor's entrenched position as the bloodiest battle in the Imperium's history began. Fire, smoke, and ash blotted out the sky as hundreds of thousands of superhuman warriors clashed. From titans to mortal men, the world of Isstvan V was soaked in blood and scorched steel and ceramite. Mortarion, Typhon, and the Death Guard clashed against Vulcan and his salamanders. The Reaper of Men endured the brunt of an Hastate's assault, as he brought down his Reaper's scythe.
Kingslayer.
Soldiers he had fought side by side with over centuries of the Great Crusade. The traitor line almost buckled.
I fucking love King Robert, dude. Fucking love King Robert.
To meet with their reinforcements, the Loyalists were met with silence, as the Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, the Night Lords and Word-Bearers turned upon them. Legions and Primarchs died as a second betrayal was revealed. Mortarion looked to Horus as the traitors stood in the ashes of their victory. Death to the false Emperor. The Imperium was going to burn. Mortarion and the traitor legions left Horus's side to burn the path towards terror. But Mortarion began to forge his own path, making his way towards the world of Prospero.
I'm not gonna lie, it seems like Mortarion is more just doing this shit for the love of the game more than anything else. Like, listen, Horus wants to see this shit burn, and Mortarion is just kind of there for it, you know? He's finally able to be, like, let loose, as it were, you know? Horus is finally, like, on his side. Like, you know what? Fine, fuck it, kill them all. I don't care. You know, like, okay, sure. Like, it just seems like he's kind of, like, just in it for the ride, you know what I'm saying? More than anything else. Gotta suggest some Song of Ice and Fire vids, bro. I would watch the shit out of those. I love Game of Thrones, bro. Love Game of Thrones. Currently playing CK3. Yeah, Hobbit, you gotta get on with Derek and I. You know, we've been playing some of the CK3 GOT mod. That shit's really fun. We got a bunch of sub mods going. Yeah, you should join us sometime, Hobbit. Shit's really fun. As a character, Robert is based as a ruler. No, he's a shitty ruler. He's an absolutely garbage ruler. But as a character, he is very based. He is very based. The man does not have any sort of stewardship whatsoever. Like, he doesn't know the meaning of the word, in fact. Like, he's a Baratheon, right? So, like, and not to get, like, off track from Warhammer onto Game of Thrones, but I will say on the Baratheons, right, they're you know, they're warlords, right? They've always been warlords. They've been, you know, what is it? Like, Wardens of Storm's Ends, in a sense, right? So it's like, I don't know. They're not meant to be rulers. They're not meant to be kings of empires. You know what I'm saying? It isn't something that the Baratheons were ever meant to be. So the fact that, like, warlords are basically in charge of the Iron Throne is fucking crazy, right? And it's not going to work out. You know, Robert himself, he says that all they wanted to do was fuck girls and break skulls. You know what I'm saying? Like, he says that shit. He doesn't care about ruling, you know?
Path, making his way
not to get sidetracked.
The world of Prospero.
Jagatai,
said the Primarch Mortarion, planting the heel of his enormous scythe into the dust.
Mortarion.
The Khan replied, nodding in acknowledgement.
This is not your word.
nor yours, and yet here we both are.
If you come for Magnus, he is no longer here.
I came to find you, brother. Things have changed.
Mortarion smiled behind his mask, making his mottled cheeks crease.
I have plenty to tell you, Jagatai. There are opportunities here. The cost of error has never been higher. The rewards beyond imagination.
The Khan observed him guardedly. Mortarion had always been hard to read.
Stannis is based. I like Stannis too.
Me, then?
I hear he's a lot better in the books.
After all this, there are any more arguments to be made?
Mortarion reached up with his left hand and pushed his cowl back. A pallid grey scalp was revealed.
Damn.
Though it still bore the noble countenance of the Gene Brotherhood. Deep bags nested under his sharp eyes, and whiffs of gas rose out from the collar around his neck.
Listen.
Ew.
Just listen. You might learn something. Even you, my proud brother, can still be tutored.
The Khan left his blade unsheathed, holding it loosely by his side. Mortarion's power seemed to have grown. Something burned in him, dark like old embers. His flesh was somehow bleaker, his stance a little more cabbed, and yet the aura of intimidation around him had been augmented. Back on Ullanor, even at the height of triumph, he had not had quite the same heft. The Khan recalled his brother's words. What would be the wager on us, brother? What would you pay if we fought?
Say what you have to say,
Said the Khan. Mortarion bowed, half mockingly.
I have traveled a long way to find you. And now, look around.
Let us
We
fight.
have all the time in the universe. All we have left to disturb us are the dead, and they do not stir.
Yet.
You were not meant to be here. You were meant to join the Alpha Legion at Alaxis.
The Khan nodded.
Or return to Terra.
We did not wish that. Why would we?
The Alpha Legion held us at Jondex. They wanted us to hear from Dorn.
Mortarion raised a hairless eyebrow.
Indeed. You surprise me, but perhaps you shouldn't. It seems that Alfarius is never wholly of one mind. He plays a dangerous game. His own intrigues will throttle him.
So, are you?
I like how we get a little like casual like Alfarius mention there. Excuse me, and he's just like fucking around playing both sides. That's awesome. I don't know if there's any like good videos on Alfarius. If anyone knows any like good Primarch videos on Alfarius, maybe let me know, comment them down below in the actual comments, and or come recommend them on over in Discord there, and maybe I'll throw him on for next week's video, for next week's stream video, because it'd almost be interesting to check him out a little bit more. I hear so much about him, you know, and so many of you guys are willing to you know, to say it's Alfarius so much of the time. I gotta see exactly what he's capable of, you know. We will get a Song of Fire of a Nice video soon. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see. Guess it all depends, Fear, doesn't it? It all depends.
His own intrigues will throttle him.
Oh, hold on, sorry. Oh, gotta go back. This takes place on Prospero after Jagatai talks to the Shard of Magnus. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I think I briefly remember this this conversation from the Jagatai video. Or like one of the conversations like this, I believe.
He plays a dangerous game. His own intrigues will throttle him.
So, are you?
Why
Amber
not
King
me,
has an
brother?
Alfarius video? Okay, maybe I'll throw that on next time then.
It would be Horus.
Vanity. He has many things to keep him busy.
The Khan's eyes narrowed. Mortarion did not seem so sure of himself. For all the show, all the projected force, he was on shaky ground.
Horus did not send you, did he?
That means nothing.
Alfarius attacked the Scars right after they heard the message of Dorn recalling them back to Terra.
Studying his brother's reaction.
Magnus told me how the war stands. Some souls are still to be decided on. There were always those.
So it's kind of like a holding
on the
force, I'm
edge.
guessing. Kind of prolong them.
I was one. You were another.
My legion was at Isstvan, so put aside any thoughts that we are not committed. The outcome is already determined, and your choice is simple. Preservation or destruction. Come, Jagatai, you never even believed in unity. You saw through it, even when Guilliman was lecturing us all to tears, back when there was still Xenos standing between our father and the galaxy's edge.
Fuck.
Then tell me the alternative.
A galaxy of warriors. A galaxy of hunters, where the strong are given their freedom. A galaxy
Yeah,
in
they
which there
really
is no
wanted
dead
Jagatai
hand
on their
of the
side,
tiller
didn't they?
Constraining us.
Like straight
lying
up,
to
if I
us.
recall.
And all this led by Horus.
Hey Jake, how you doing?
He's the start. He is the champion, the sacrificial king. He may burn himself out to get to Terra. He may not. Either way, there will be room for others to rise.
Mortarion drew closer, and the Khan smelt the chemical tang of his armor.
You should never have thrown your lot in with the Angel Brother, let alone Magnus. I hated to see it, the three of you getting dragged in deeper. I always thought you'd break away, see through it, get tired of the hypocrisy.
We're never hypocrites.
No?
Mortarion exhaled a parched laugh.
I hoped you'd have understood them sooner. It's
Bro,
Lord
Mortarion's the
Jagatai.
biggest fucking
Our
hypocrite
father
here.
Tried to pretend it wasn't there, as if he weren't already up to his elbows in its soul-sucking filth.
Fuck.
It should have been cordoned off, put away, forgotten about. It's not for us. It's a sickness, a blight.
Mortarion became agitated. He calmed down slowly, wheezing through his gas-shrouded mask. The Khan heard a faint hiss and guessed at what kind of suppressants had been shunted into his bloodstream.
Fuck.
I see what has happened.
Mortarion cocked his head.
Oh,
You were always sincere, I will give you that. You never hid what you wanted.
It very much seems like fucking Mortarion's a little bit like Vader here. Like he's constantly like wheezing, like he can barely fucking breathe. He's got to have that mask on. I don't know if the mask is purely for aesthetic or if it genuinely like helps him breathe kind of thing. Because I think he's like, it seems like he's fucked up a little bit, you know, like stim's got to be injected to like stop the pain and shit. You know, I'm guessing like all the toxic gas on his planet probably did fucking wonders to his nerve system, wonders to his like, you know, lungs in general, right? Like it's got to be brutal in there, man, like straight up. Like he definitely seems like he's, you know, he's on life support a little bit here. Don't compare Lord Vader to Morty. I just mean in terms of like their fucking like condition, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like, they're both like physically impedimented quite a bit, it looks like, seems like, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. That's not to say he's like, he can't fight or anything, but it just means like, it seems like he's got like a constant like pain thing going on, like a constant like quality of life thing that he has to deal with almost. His mask funnels the atmosphere of barbarous 24/7. I gotcha.
You never hit what you wanted. I can guess.
The Khan and his white scars were a wild card in the heresy.
First,
yeah, it definitely feels like they
the
could have gone both
sorcerers.
ways.
Silence the witches. Drive them out. And
Like, I know the heretics really, really wanted them.
Uncorrupted.
Or really wanted him.
Healthy. That was your great project. You even told me of it. That day on Ulanor. I thought back then that they were empty threats, but I should have known. You do not make empty threats.
As the Khan spoke, Mortarion's mask-locked expression remained inscrutable.
Morty is a
So
vape
often
king,
his
bro.
eyes would go filmy, or his fingers would
Morty's
twitch.
hitting that
There
fat
was a
dab
kind
every
of
fucking
feeling
minute of the
energy
day,
about
you
him,
understand me?
spilling out of the
He doesn't give a
cracks
fuck.
just as the noxious fumes did.
But it has gone wrong, hasn't it? You.
Could you imagine Morty's just got a fucking fat fucking rig just attached to his power armor, bro? And he just cocks his head down every so often and just blows fucking fat O's. That would be so fucked, bro. I'd almost pay to see that. Dude, we should get... Oh my god. I might have to get some AI generated art going of that, dude. That'd be some funny shit. Morty just blowing a fat one.
But it has gone wrong, hasn't it? You have completed your great mission. But there are more sorcerers than ever before. Horus sponsored them. Lorgar has shown
He does.
them
Look
no
at his
grace.
models. Really?
If Magnus
I'll have to take a
has
look.
not already made up his mind, then he soon
Man's got a
will,
smoke machine
and
on
then
him.
You will be surrounded. You have destroyed the librarius only to find the witches are now untrammeled. They've played you well. You have done their work for them, and soon you will be dragged into it yourself, as warp-sick as they are.
You think that?
I see it perfectly. Magnus showed me. Your legion may be free of it for now, but the change will come. You made your pacts, and now they will come to collect. You fool.
Mortarion stiffened. His eyes blazed with anger for a second, quickly quelled.
He had to throw that in at the last second.
Do not.
And that is why you came to find me. You've run out of friends. Who will stand with you against the Either Weavers now? Angron? What an ally. Horus, good luck.
The Khan
Wow.
gazed at Mortarion disdainfully.
You've tasted the fruits of treachery and found them bitter. Don't drag me into your ruin. You are on your own, brother.
Mortarion's expression fractured behind the mask.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty base statement. I didn't imagine Khan like cutting anyone off. He fucking cut him off mid-sentence there, and he just straight up called him a little bitch. Like, yeah, oh, well, all your allies suck. Oh, what, Angron's not reliable? Oh, Horus has lost his fucking mind? Yeah, that sucks, Mortarion. You should have fucking thought of that beforehand. Like, straight up is what he says to him. Like, I can appreciate that, man. Khan's kind of telling it how it is here, like, straight up. Like, don't be dragging me into this shit. Like, listen, I'm not going traitor on your behalf because of your fuck-ups. Like, nah, man. This is on you. Like, you made your bed, sleep in it, kind of thing. Fucking Khan's kind of fucking, he's kind of laying down the law a little bit here. I'm liking this. Holy shit. Khan, one of the most reasonable Primarchs, which is hilarious considering where he comes from. True. Horse the Primarch of the Night Lords. Gotta love autocorrect. Yeah, the autocorrect is fucking crazy. I've been noticing it. I'm trying not to pay too much attention to when it pops up, but it misnames shit a lot. The autocorrect is a bit fucking silly, I'll be honest. Not anyone's fault. That's just like YouTube's fucking auto-generated captions, but it's nice to have. But yeah, they're kind of silly sometimes.
Shifting into an enraged snarl, disfiguring rapidly, silence quivered, and he took half a step forward, his free fist clenching.
I came to give you a choice.
Mortarion said, keeping his voice under control with some difficulty.
Half your legion are already declared for Horus. The others will follow wherever you order them. Our father's time is over. You can be a part of the order that replaces him.
The Khan smiled, a cold smile, imperious in its contempt.
A new emperor.
Mortarion glared back at him, though he could not hide the doubt.
Why not? Why should it not be you?
The Khan nodded, finally understanding.
What the fuck?
Why not indeed?
He drew closer, noticing for the first time the discoloration of the skin around the edges of his brother's rebreather. How long had he worn it?
I will tell you why. Because we were never the empire builders. We were the outriders. You chafed at it. I embraced it.
Mortarion began to back away. As he did so, silence crackled into life, sparking with green-tinged energy. The Death Shroud lowered their scythes into combat posture.
Then you will not be persuaded. A shame. I invested much energy to save you, brother. I shall take no pleasure in your destruction.
Fuck. That was a pretty good back and forth there. I like that. Part 3, the Horus Heresy.
For humanity to be free, its oppressors...
Another jump scare?
Presentation. Mortarion believes himself to be a hero. Something he would never admit.
Silence is Morty's site's name.
He casts himself as the
That is a pretty badass name, actually, yeah.
Evil that is the Emperor.
Especially given like his whole like get up, you know.
The Emperor has lied.
Like he straight up has like Grim Reaper vibe to him.
The nature of the warp. He is in association with these so-called gods in order to become one himself.
His gun is the lantern. That's cool.
Separate this view of a father lying, oppressing, plotting. It's the scars of a life under that monster Nikaea. He was a tool
bro.
And was a tool to the Emperor.
Bro, I see what you mean. Look at the vape machines on him. Holy fuck, he straight up has the smoke machines on him, bro. That's fucking crazy. You're right. Oh my god, he's got fog machines on him. That's awesome.
But as this boy, in order to better combat it, to better hate it, it began in a trickle, a collection of dark materials, fragments, and artifacts he hid within the secret laboratory in his flagship. A shameful secret he kept from his men, even from his first captain, Kalas Typhon, who he had seen use psychic power long ago on Barbarous, when they had ran from Nikaea. But his brother, his friend, had kept that power buried in the centuries of the Great Crusade, as all the Death Guard librarians had been ordered to do. Mortarion despised what he learned, and yet in a sense he enjoyed learning the secrets. The
Jagatai normally can't get tired, but Mortarion's aura drains him and causes him to become more tired. So is Mortarion's Primarch aura, is it simply just like a drain ability, like a vampiric like drain almost, like of energy? How does that work exactly? What exactly is his aura? Like what are the effects on like a normal human, would you say? Like that but worse? Like what all is there to it, you know? Kind of curious. The rivalry between them and their legions. Love how they embody opposite traits and tactics for war. They really do. Yeah, they absolutely do. Like Jagatai is very, very honorable, and Mortarion does not have a fucking shred of honor to him, like straight up. Hey, Mathews, how you doing? At this point, yes? Okay, I got you, Andrew. Thank you.
And yet, in a sense, he enjoyed learning the secrets the Emperor had kept from him, as if he stripped his power from it. And then it happened. As the Death Guard began to purge the Prosperine system, he encountered a demon possessing the body of a mortal woman. The creature attacked. Mortarion was in a stalemate until he felt her power surge within him. Latent psychic abilities blasted from the Reaper of Men, banishing the creature back to the warp. A wave of emotion flooded Mortarion. Insecurity. He was just like them. He had that corruption within him. The Emperor must have known. Another lie to add to the mountain of them. Anger. Jagatai was right. Mortarion had some touch of the Inferior. The very power his traitorous brothers consorted with.
I see.
Now, he had heard the dying screams of the demons, and its hails to some Plague Father.
Plague Father.
Blessed Grandfather.
Oh no.
What had started as curiosity had now become a resolution. Mortarion vowed to understand the power. He would combat it. Only he and his sons would remain pure. As Mortarion and the Death Guard
remain pure, quote unquote. That's so sick, bro. What the fuck?
Led by many of his trusted captains spreading like tendrils to carve the Imperium apart.
Mortarion is the best? Oh no. Oh no.
Mortarion and Fulgrim joined the War Master.
I don't know if I can agree with that.
Warred their way towards the planet of Moloch. A secret was hidden upon its surface by the Emperor during the Great Crusade. One they would take from the false Emperor. Mortarion, Horus, and Fulgrim fended off an assassination attempt upon the War Master at the Battle of Dwell, finally reaching to the skies of Moloch. But after nearly a year of civil war, a tidal wave of curiosity had built up within Mortarion. His power, his knowledge of the warp was theoretical. He needed to be stronger. How would he next endure an attack from a demon? The creatures the Emperor claimed were fiction in his imperial truth. Above Moloch, Mortarion utilized his materials.
How can I fight demons if I don't utilize them myself? It's not fair.
Creations of rogue geneticists and spirit channeling corpse whisperers had haunted the fog-bound crags of Barbarous, where monsters truly worthy the name were wrought into very being. But the shameful truth he had never told anyone was that he had fashioned a few of his
theoretical, buddy. You are not Gilliman. I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Ignatius Krugel.
Theoretically.
The second captain long dead, due to Nathaniel Garrett.
12 years hypocrisy gets worse. It's pretty crazy.
Was now twisted into a demon. The Life Eater virus.
Like, his hypocrisy is going from like just base level to like delusional level, I will say. Like, this guy is kind of, you know, he's very much like, I just don't know how you can be so blatant with it, you know what I mean? How you can say one thing while you're so clearly doing it your fucking self, you know what I'm saying? While you're so clearly representing the values that you supposedly hate. I just don't understand it, you know? I don't get it.
Was now twisted into a demon. The Life Eater virus bound within him. The creatures were thinning the walls of reality. But Mortarion's experiment needed one last ingredient. A sacrifice.
Oh yeah?
Reluctantly,
who's it gonna be?
Mortarion drew the Reaper's silence and cut down his elite death shroud in less than the blink of an eye.
Oh.
The demon that was Ignatius Grugel erupted into the inner sanctum of Mortarion's ship.
Great.
Only to be bound and captured moments later.
Okay.
It disgusted Mortarion. He had observed toxins and plague most of his life. He had endured the worst of it. But the mewling, psychotic, corrupted creature was by far the most disgusting thing he had ever seen. He was right to capture it, to better understand how to control and combat this abomination. It was a sacrifice for the Legion, even as he bent over the corpses of his sons and wept. He unleashed the creature upon the Imperial-held surface of Moloch, ravaging the planet and binding his dark secrets back into his vault. To the surface of Moloch, the 3 legions launched themselves.
I like how he's like, yeah, let's capture this so that we can like better understand like just what the fuck we're dealing with here. And then the next thing he does is just instantly releases it and just like lets it fucking run rampant and kill everybody. That's so fucking crazy, bro. Like, what the fuck? Theoretically, you're going to beat Jagatai. Practical, you should have let Typhus handle him. He's on that premium copium. He is. He straight up is. He's huffing that copium straight up, bro. Now it's not only daddy issues because Big E stole his kill, but now because daddy made him a psyker straight up, yeah. Like, that's like a double fucking for him. Like, you know, he's got actually just like something like to be spiteful over. Like, he was already spiteful, but it's just like, I don't know, bro. Mortarion is spiteful for like really the worst reasons here, straight up. I hate the psyker, says the psyker whose first captain is a psyker, literally. Who helped him actively? Like, I don't know, whatever.
To the surface of Moloch, the 3 legions launched themselves, mopping up the last of Imperial resistance. The 3 Primarchs approached their target, only to be ambushed by a Raptor fire ship. The 3 demigods fought side by side, under a hail of munition that pounded their armor and the dust at their feet.
He's just got a little bit of problems, seems like it. It's putting it lightly, I feel like.
Ever. The black blade of silence unlimbered and trailing a length of burning chain. He roared something in the heathen tongue of his homeworld as he ran towards the edge of the dome. He hurled silence like an axeman. The great Reaper blade spun and hammered into the heraldic fist upon the nearest gunship's galley. He braced his heels in the shattered dome as Mortarion hauled the chain attached to Silence's heel. The gunship lurched in the air, but the Death Lord wasn't through with it. Cannons roared from the ship, driving Mortarion back. Plates sheared from him, blood arcing in sprays. But still Mortarion pulled upon the chain, dragging the gunship closer. He was the Pale King. There was nothing he could not endure. The ship was ripped apart as the 3 brothers pressed on to their prize. A gate, a passageway directly into the warp.
Fuck.
His brother, the War Master Horus, stepped through,
Oh.
only to emerge seconds later. He looked like he had aged, something thought impossible for Primarchs. Horus had followed in the path of the Emperor, and had emerged with power that matched the Master of Mankind. All knelt before the War Master. Even Mortarion. Was this the example? One who had successfully bound the power of the warp as a tool? Or was this the placation of an obstacle Mortarion would have to deal with after Terror had fallen?
Fuck.
As the Imperium burned, Mortarion and the
Man,
Death
Horus
Guard
got so
raised the
scary,
war
like, so
and
quickly.
hunted down
For, like,
loyalist
you know,
elements,
good reason, fair
but it
enough, but
felt
holy shit.
directionless. In truth, the presence of the Death Lord had been minimal. He hunkered down in his inner sanctum.
Horus had to give it all up to get that way, I'm sure. And when I say all of it, I mean all of it.
Knowledge had become. He devoured learning now, with the fervor of the long famished. He crafted weapons and toxins, harvested creatures for his own arsenal, ones he would use upon the loyalist forces. The thinning of reality allowed whispers to plague his thoughts. He was shown visions in his dreams, obvious lies that even he saw through, but still it all took a toll. It toyed with him. But at times he would remember himself. He would catch a reflection and be reminded of the monster Nikaea and what he suffered on Barbarous. Many times Mortarion raged at what he was doing. He smashed the vials and tomes with the fury of a Primarch, only to eventually return to his studies after a while.
Yeah, like, straight up, he's literally becoming everything he fucking hated. Like, if you actually, like look at it here. Like, the same thing that his master did to him, like, he is now doing to everyone else, kind of thing. Like, he's straight up like the necromancer that fucking, like, got him. I know he's not a necromancer, I'm just calling him the necromancer because he fucking looks like it. what was his name? Fucking Nikaea. It's not Nikaea. That's the planet. I have it written down. My writing's just trash. But yes, I feel like it's just a very like easy comparison to make there. But even he, like, getting tempted by the warp, getting tempted by demons, even he, Mortarion, is able to say, like, oh yeah, these guys are very clearly like fucking pulling my leg. Like their lies are see-through, you know what I'm saying? So it's just funny to me how, like, to Mortarion, these warp beasts are very clearly lying to him and he's seen through these lies, but then other people get tempted by it so fucking easily, you know what I mean? It's just a stark, like, contrast between the two there.
Only to eventually return to his studies after a while.
It gets worse, does it?
He warred within himself. From liberator to oppressor.
Does he keep going with it?
The empowered Mortarion he needed to be in this conflict. He justified it. He kept the Legion pure. Was he endured the burden of this knowledge. Psychers were forbidden. All of them were handed over to
This is the start of his fall. Holy shit.
Brother, a friend who had been absent for years. So Mortarion had no one but himself to explore the dangers of the warp. In union with Captain Eidolon of the Emperor's Children, a traitor host was
Eidolon.
Mortarion saw the changes to his brother's legion, the ostentation and corruption, all weakness. The warp was abhorrent.
Very pure. Yeah, very pure, clearly.
Not embraced like this. Jagatai Khan, the great Khan, had left him with scars since that day on Prospero. A grudge that would finally end as the 5th Legion's forces were finally surrounded. The 14th had been hit hard by the mobility and guerrilla tactics of the White Scars, but over time they had adapted. They had endured the brunt of it, and now they would face their wrath. The Death Guard and Emperor's Children fleets, like spikes of shadow, pierced through the warp, emerging into the corner position of the White Scars.
The Astartes fleet combat would be so fucked, man.
He would make him suffer for his words on Prospero.
Oh.
He prepared himself to kill a brother. There were others he despised. Magnus, Sanguinius. Only he and the Khan had been the outsiders, the neglected. But he was prepared for this. He had resolved to kill 2 fathers.
Except Khan didn't give a fuck about being the outsider.
Ordnance fire ballooned from all the ships. As the titanic battle began, the 3rd Legion ships raced on ahead, losing cohesion with Mortarion's forces. A disunity that only seemed to grow over the years of the heresy. Desperate boarding actions from
Meanwhile,
both sides
Purdy,
led
yeah,
to
true.
brutal and bloody melees. Within the
Furderabo, he takes the back seat, obviously.
Mortarion felt his hearts quicken. He saw his
Doesn't
brother's
count, right?
flagship
Doesn't count.
And eagerly awaited the confrontation coming, until a rift opened behind the 5th Legion. This was not the warp. It was something else. A tunnel that turned this last stand into a chase. Mortarion pushed his fleet to the limits as the White Skull vessels crossed the event horizon. This was their last chance. Assembling his death shroud, Mortarion teleported onto the bridge of Jagatai's flagship. The twisting energies encompassed his body as he drew silence into his grip. Darkness. Mortarion and his guard fanned out, met only by the broken and abandoned. This room was empty. A trickle of unease crept down his body as he moved cautiously. "My brother," he called out, Mortarion's frustration building at the thought of his prize slipping away. Kagan was roared from the top ledges as over 100 scars leapt down to meet them. Mortarion crackled silence into life and waded straight into the hordes of legionaries. He cut them down like cattle, but still they threw themselves upon him. They fought like men possessed, eager to meet their death. The sound of their whooping cries and laughter emanating from their grills. "Why waste yourselves?" Mortarion spat, looming over their leader Torgan Khan. Atonement at last, the smiling Khan answered back. Mortarion and the Death Shroud butchered them until there was nothing but a pile of meat and ceramite.
Fuck.
This wasn't an assassination. It was a distraction. Mortarion peered out from his own flagship once again, as the White Scar's flagship burned, but the others had escaped, along with Jagatai Khan. He didn't face him. He retreated. Mortarion began to smash and obliterate everything around him.
I imagine that would piss Mortarion off so much. Like, he thinks, okay, yeah, my honorable brother Primarch Jagatai is gonna come finally fucking face me on the 1v1. He's not gonna, like, turn tail and run, right? Like, we're finally gonna finish this right here, right now. Bunch of fucking White Scars commit to a boarding action, throw themselves at Mortarion. He cuts them down. They know they can't do anything to him. And it just allows an opening because he's so fucking micro-focused on now dealing with the threat on his ship, dealing with what he thinks is Jagatai there. As a distraction, nope. They just bounce on out of there, right? Pretty sure Jagatai is going to go on to Terra now, if I recall, right? Maybe not yet, but I'm sure he eventually gets there. Man, very, very cool to see. Brave actions by the White Scar there. Brave boarding action. Very fucked up. But man, they really did it. They got it done there.
Retreated.
Good men, very good men. That's right.
Everything around him, as the crew of the Endurance fell silent.
Did what had to be done.
Another failure. He could almost see the pitiful looks in his brother's eyes when he returned to them. The heresy had denied him the victory he sought.
I'm pretty sure this drains on Jagatai a little bit as well.
He swore to himself to leave this sector.
Maybe more than a little bit.
To take his place at Horus's side. Only he had the right to spearhead the last plague.
Con has a trip to Terra now? Yeah.
Of Terra. Only his legion deserved it. Mortarion sent out the call for all elements of the 14th to converge into one. No more disunity, as he sent a personal request, summoning Kalas Typhon. The heresy had changed Mortarion. He sat above the world of Nyx. The cries from a million throats, the ceaseless cacophony of it, now fatigued him. He had long since become jaded with the pleas of those he killed, be they babbling streams of words of the doomed, the foolish and furious curse of the fatally enraged, or the endless, irritating wail of those who wept brokenly. He had truly become numb to the suffering of mortal men.
Damn,
it no
dude.
longer tugged at his heart like it did on Barbarous. Am I a tool? The thought came unbidden. The Legion was assembling before the final stroke, the siege of Terra. But was Horus using him just as the Emperor did? Mortarion strode through the crumbling and burning ruins of the world of Nyx, striding towards the throne room, a tank filled with the remnants of what could barely be called human, stuffed with cables and floating chemicals. Ostentation was everywhere. Were these the people he was supposed to hand the Imperium over to?
Yep.
When he and his brother had
Yep,
won
that's
the
right.
war, Psychers emerged from behind this lord, and Mortarion and his Death Shroud rushed forward. Mortarion had silence raised, the anticipation of killing a tyrant stolen as a teleportation flare boomed. First Captain Kalas Typhon emerged into the chamber and stole the kill. Mortarion had many brothers, but only one true one. The man who had been by his side on Barbarous, the one he had saved. Kalas Typhon.
The one who saved him, kinda, too.
He valued his counsel highly, as one who could cut to the truth, one who would treat him as an equal. But his disappearance since the heresy started, his disobedience had finally irritated him too much. Typhon looked at his brother, his Primarch. He could taste the psychic stain in the air around him, the spore left behind by deliberate contact with the warp. For all Mortarion's hatred of the Immaterium, and the force that swam in its depths, he had seemingly willingly exposed himself to such powers. Typhon had spoken to the chattering menaces and monsters in ghostly places, hearing rumors of how the Reaper of Men had defied his own revulsion to satiate his desire for knowledge.
Literally.
After all.
And there it is. And like, how could his men ever fucking respect him for that? Because again, he's a massive hypocrite to the point that even his own men are like, bro, you're straight up like going back on like your word. Like you said we were supposed to be pure. We were supposed to be like the true ones, right? And now you're straight up here convulsing with Father fucking Nurgle, like Grandfather Nurgle. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, this isn't very pure if you ask me. Like, and even his own men are able to like kind of like take an aside and be like, fuck, like this is kind of radical, is it not? Like, maybe, I don't know. One of Jagatai's sons carried a literal infant to safety during the Siege of Terra. Jagatai's men, like the White Scars, they're pretty good dudes. Like, they're not quite salamander levels of good, but they are good guys for the, you know, as far as Astartes goes, as far as Space Marine goes. Pretty sure they're decent. They try to be, at least, you know, when they can be. Morty throws another big tantrum. Oh, I could imagine after all that, after Jagatai getting away, I imagine.
Ocean to satiate his desire.
Typhon introduced the lodges to the Legion. He's been trying to corrupt Morty the whole time. Oh shit, okay.
Perhaps the reward was so much sweeter because he despised it so.
I gotcha.
Barbarous was gone, Typhon told him. Destroyed by the
like the literal whole time? Because goddamn.
To swallow. But in a way, Mortarion felt glad it was destroyed. For all it had forged him and the Death Guard, he hated it. The Legion were his chosen family, and they were here, and that was all that mattered. Upon
pretty much, damn.
Request from Kalas Typhon, Mortarion joined him upon the Terminus Est.
He's been working with Erebus, oh god.
A show of unity for the combined Legion
no.
now heading towards Horus, and then Terror.
Fuck.
From the ship's throne, Mortarion led the cohort of ships into the
How did I not catch
warp,
this?
A tear into the warp, uncurled.
Yeah, he's been name dropped.
Entered.
He's been name dropped.
Spikes of unusual energies flowed over the fleet. Many of the mortal crew screamed in agony. Something was wrong. Weakness, Mortarion thought. Looking upon them, he conferred with his captains.
He even turned to chaos by this point.
His eyes flickered to Typhon.
All together now? Fuck Erebus. Fuck Erebus.
A pang of mistrust touched Mortarion. Something was different about his brother. He looked paler, sickly somehow, but he crushed it. He had to trust him. After everything they had been through, they were the sons of the overlords, the outsiders. They'd always had each other's back. After not long, Typhon returned, barging into Mortarion's chambers in a manner not befitting of a subordinate. The first captain presented the perpetrators, the navigators. They were the source of the strange energies. They were plotting, planning on decimating the Legion into the heart of a star.
What the fuck?
They betrayed them and were in communication with Terror. Typhon executed the protesting navigators before anyone could utter a defense. Have you lost all reason, Mortarion bellowed? Do you realize what you have done? Mortarion's shock was replaced with anger as he lifted Typhon by his gorget. He was so close to striking him, but Typhon protested. He had saved them. They were not lost in the void. He and his brotherhood could finish the task. Mortarion thought he could hear a buzz on the edge of his perception. The Psyker. The shameful secret many of the Legion had kept hidden from their Primarch. Mortarion had seen Typhon use it on the day they escaped Nikaea. It was always a taboo subject between them. But what choice did the Legion have now but to use its shameful weapon?
I see.
Typhon and the Psykers of the Legion
seems a lot like he forced this to be used suddenly.
Mortarion's paranoia grew even
Seems
more,
like it could have been planned,
only
maybe.
fueled again by the other captains, who desperately tried to convey their concerns to their Primarch. But each time, that prize, the thought of unseating the Emperor, of making him spill all his secrets was forefront. He was unnerved, but Terror was more important. He could not be seen to be weak. The hours passed, until disaster struck again.
Typhon has even been blessed by Nurgle and has a mark of Nurgle on his skin, so he's fully fucking committed at this point. Like, he's all in for Papa Nurgle at this point. Holy shit.
Rising to the surface of his skin.
Oh.
Each one set in a cluster of 3. His bones cracked, and his body convulsed foul, sickly liquids. Milky white eyes stared at Mortarion as his son begged for help. The Death Guard Primarch had seen monsters. He has seen murders, the creatures stitched together from cruelty and corpses that the overlords had made with the stuff of mortal nightmare, the wreckage of living things left behind in their battles, and then the wretched debris of ruined life Mortarion had met during the conflicts of the Great Crusade. All these sights were terrible enough to haunt the soul and curdle the spirit of a common man. Over time, he had become numb to such things. Many times he had been responsible for them. But this horrified him. His son was a Death Guard, and Astartes. He should be immune. Mortarion
He should be immune, he
His
says.
son was rotting away as they
You
spoke.
fucking idiot.
His body coursing with every disease known and some unknown.
Oh.
Couldn't let him suffer any longer. Mortarion
This
entered
poor
the
space
sewage
marine has the
and drew a
herpagonosyphilades,
dagger.
guys. Uh-oh.
He ended the misery
Put him
of
down.
the son who had served loyally and with honor. He plunged the dagger into Zuriach's heart, and he became still. But Zuriach bolted forward, half flinging himself off the platform, a ghastly howl escaping his froth-rimmed mouth. His blind eyes were black with tainted blood, and the buzzing mass of flies around him became a cloud of frenzied, droning smoke.
Wait, where did all these flies
Mortarion
come
took a
from?
step back
Wait.
and watched.
Wait, where did all the flies come from? They're on board a ship or something right now, right? Where did all these common house flies suddenly arise from? Whoa.
Frenzied, droning smoke. Mortarion took a step back and watched, appalled, as Zuriach moved like a jerky marionette.
This is why the
Reaching
Death
out
Guard
to pull
hate
the combat
typhus.
knife from his
I
chest.
see.
The blade came out in a whisper. of
Common
ichor.
house
The
flies.
Primarch saw the metal was now corroded and
Well,
brittle.
no, not literally, but
Mortarion
come on
backed
now.
away, leaving the undying monster. The Death Guard never retreat. We always resist. We do not.
What is this
fear.
minor annoyance?
We
Like,
are not weak. Mortarion spoke the litany back to himself in his chambers. Throughout all his years as the Marshal of the Death Guard, there were a handful of unshakable truths that he held as unchangeable. These were the pillars upon which his sense of self, and upon which the very soul of his legion were based. The strength of the Death Guard was to him an immutable law. To see it so thoroughly broken was an event he had no way to frame. His men got sick. That should be impossible. The reports began to flood in. More and more.
You fucked your
Mortal
legion.
Astartes were getting sick. They were under attack, but from an enemy Mortarion couldn't fight. He had always been able to battle, to pit his strength against his enemies. But here he could do nothing. The only countermeasure was his DNA in his men, and that was failing. Mortarion retreated to his laboratory, passing the shameful secret he kept, the weapon he had used upon Moloch, the possessed demon Ignatius Grugor. The demon taunted him, speaking of his predicament, and how he only needed the strength, the endurance of the blessed grandfather. Mortarion didn't want to hear it, but the demon taunted him again, of how Typhus was beyond his grip. Typhus? Typhon? Mortarion had had enough. It was clear he had given Typhon too much leeway.
Typhus.
The demon offered his oath as Mortarion stalked away.
So does he just incur a name change to fucking Typhus partway through this? Like they actually just straight up calling him Typhus? Holy fuck. That's kind of crazy, bro. As Jagatai said, they will come to collect. Yeah, they always do, right? Yes, guys, make sure to hit that like button if you guys are enjoying. If you guys are liking the stream so far, make sure you hit that like button. It does help out a ton. It does help out a ton. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do. And come on down and join our Discord, guys. Awesome to see you guys in the Discord. Just come on down, join that if you're not a part of it. And yeah, now that those plugs are out of the way, appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you for that also. Thank you.
The demon offered his oath as Mortarion stalked away. He was dragging them out of the warp no matter what, and if Typhon tried to stop him, he would kill him. With conviction, Mortarion strode through the Terminus Est. All around him were the sick and diseased, spreading onto the entire Legion. But worst of all, the corruption had begun to take hold on him.
Oh,
Mortarion's
really?
sense of self had always been strength, and if he reached inside, he could feel the battle being fought in his bloodstream. It sickened him to admit he too was tainted. Mortarion and his Death Shroud burst into the Ashapathic choir room. He ordered Typhon to bring them out of the warp or to die. Don't you see the truth, Reaper? We cannot die in this place, Typhon replied. Here we are as eternal and enduring as we were always meant to be. It took me a while to come to the understanding myself.
That's fucking crazy.
But I have it now. I think perhaps I always did.
What's happening to the
I
Death
just
Guard and
needed
Morty
to
is just
find
sad now. It
the
is.
way.
It really is.
Mortarion caught sight of his
Like you're just
friend
watching them completely
emerging
fall
from the
apart right now.
shadows. His form was bloating. Rust and dried blood speckled his armor as a gaunt face stared back. Eyes hauntingly yellow. Was this his friend? The brother he trusted above all? What had he done? What has he made a pact with? Typhon told him he had to do this. For him. For the Legion. They would soon embrace the Grandfather.
Fuck.
Mortarion and his Death Shroud rushed forward to meet Typhon and his own Grave Wardens. Eldritch fire sprayed and plasteel tore as the two groups of bodyguards clashed.
Interesting.
Between them, the Primarch and his captain
You're having a mini
stormed
civil
each
war
other,
right now.
trading
This is
testing
kind of
blows
crazy.
that quickly escalated in tempo and lethality. Their weapons locked, and the two of them struggled to a standstill. Despite his sickly appearance, Typhon appeared to draw upon a reserve of strength.
This is
and
like a
stamina
slight coup going
beyond
on.
that of any ordinary legionary. Mortarion met his gaze and saw a stranger behind those familiar eyes. Everything he believed he knew about Typhon crumbled in that moment. The same changes that had consumed Grulgor were here at work. He realized the man who was truly Kalas Typhon, who had been a scared half-breed youth, a reckless rebel, then a trusted commander in his army of liberation, no longer existed. Mortarion impaled his once friend, only for Typhon to still move. Blows that should have killed him, he
Typhon,
endured.
Typhus models
As the taint of
posted
the
on the
war
Discord in the
flowed
models
from
section.
him,
Okay, Andrew,
so
thank you. Yeah,
Mortarion
we'll check
used
those
the
out
weapon
after.
he despised.
Check out all the models and stuff after. I like checking those out.
Rushed forward towards their position. Grulgor, the demon. Mortarion activated the creature's oath, and he watched grim-faced as the demon spawn strangled his comrade, ignoring every blow that Typhon rained upon it. Finally, Typhon began to choke and splutter, as oily matter spurted from his gagging mouth, and the monstrous tear in his body. Kalas Typhon died. Again, the first captain's body convulsed. Raw psychic power burst from him. A wave of toxins and flies filled the chamber, as the very air became choked with spores and decay. Typhon was dead, and what emerged was that which could never die. Herald of Nurgle. Typhus. This was always how it was going to end, said Typhus. The fate you refused to accept ghosted you with every step. The questions in your mind lay there when we were just foolish youths and fearless rebels, planted like seeds to bloom into doubt. Your dalliances with demonology, your chaining of the life-eater Grulgor, all preordained by the
Wait, you're not supposed to know about that.
Grandfather,
Wait a
to
second.
bring us to this
Nigga?
moment and remake me, to remake all of us.
Damn.
Sorrow gripped Mortarion. All around him was death. The ships were torn open as he gazed upon the annihilation of his sons.
Fuck.
He couldn't save them. There was no summit this time, no enemy to fight, just despair. The warp swarmed over everything. Time itself began to overlay and twist as a god descended down.
Interesting.
I have failed my sons.
He gave voice to the thought without realizing it, and the Reaper's utterance echoed back at him from the flanking plasteel walls of the warship's landing bay.
Holy shit.
Guided only by his instinct, Mortarion had returned to where the Greenheart had docked. His shuttle, once battle-ready and primed for war, now resembled a wreck exhumed from some quarry-marshed morass.
Fuck.
It, like everything in the grasp of this septic reach of the Imperium, was beset by decay. The heavy barriers had sagged under their own weight and cracked open, allowing some fraction of the mind-twisting aurora beyond to
Grandpa
cast
likes
feverish
typhus
light
better, so
into
shared
the
Morty's
chamber.
secrets.
In
Damn.
any other circumstance, Mortarion would have expected the
That's
bane
kinda
to
crazy. He
suffer
favors
explosive
him over Morty.
decompression. But then this was the war, and he was learning that nothing in this place mirrored the laws of the universe he had been born into.
Definitely
The
not.
wild glow of the
Not in
Imperium
Kansas anymore,
beckoned
man.
him.
Not in Kansas
Out
anymore.
there was the source of his torment, he reasoned. Out there was where the forces corrupting his legion had gathered. Out there was the end point. Mortarion pulled back the hood over his pallid face and cast it away, staring that madness in the eye, gathering his strength to step through and confront the truth. His boots rang with the strange echoes as he advanced. The hull of the Terminus Est ranged away from
I
him
will
on
not
all
serve any
sides.
master takes the need for
Metal shifting and
Grandpa
altering,
Nurgle, literally.
growing like weeds. The other craft and
hypocrisy
fleet hung
continues.
around him as tarnished ornaments, tethered to a screaming sky of raw, inchoate force. Writhing colors made of delusion and impossible horizons folded away into infinity. But there was one unchanging constant. Mortarion saw the sketch of what might be a god's face
Oh.
upon the form of three glaring eyes in a forbidden triad. It was grit by the truth that it had been waiting an eternity for this moment to come. Unbidden, the Reaper of Men's black and total despair took physical form around him, in a cloak as dark and hollow as the void between stars. The war in his blood seethed, burning him from within. And here, Mortarion's hate and misery, every last iota of his rage and melancholy, took shape in a single demand as he bellowed into the warp. It was a cry of pure frustration, a spear hurled towards cruel fate and everyone who had ever condescended to name themselves as his father.
What do you want from me?
It's naive to think the hypocrisy would ever stop, of
The
course.
buzzing timber.
This is
and the
Mortarion
distant,
we're talking about.
papery touch of the voice
Wishful
of his
thinking at
flesh was
best.
familiar to him.
Defiance alone is not enough.
Mortarion's heart seized in his chest. He recalled the first time he believed death was upon him, upon the blighted crags of Barbarous, in the moment his deepest despair had first showed itself. He failed that day, betrayed his promise to his kindred and his world. He had fallen while another stepped in to take the glory that had been rightly his, and the shame of it had never
That's not true, because
dimmed.
you were going to fucking
Then,
die, you
The
motherfucker.
unfinished words were left
Just saying.
incomplete. But now they were spoken in full, and the truth the Reaper of Men did not wish to face was made undeniable.
To defeat death,
Oh god.
you must become it. To endure beyond all, you must submit. If you wish to be granted deliverance from your agony, you must surrender your soul.
Oh yeah.
I remember. Do I?
What a fucking just casual ask. You want all your pain to go away? Give me your soul. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, yeah, like, sounds like a great idea. I'll get right on that, Father Nurgle. Yeah, thank you. At this point, on a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a prick is Morty? I'd have to say right now, in terms of the prick scale, he's probably at a 9 right now. It could get worse. He could definitely do some worse shit right now. But again, just his hypocrisy alone is enough to make me think about him like, this guy's a dick. You know what I mean? Like, straight up. Just because he he's not recognizing anything that he's done as hypocritical at all. Like, that's the thing. Other Primarchs like can at least like to some degree sometimes acknowledge it. He hasn't acknowledged fucking any of it. He sees it as everyone else's problem. Everyone else is in the wrong. He hasn't done fucking anything wrong, you know? He's the victim here, if anything, right? And I think as Fear said it, it's the entitlement to victimhood. I think that line is pretty apt, you know, I'm not gonna lie. That kind of sums him up pretty well, I think. Total prick. He feels really misguided. Yeah, he does. He really, really does. Like, he doesn't ever, like, because he based all of his fucking hopes and dreams off of killing that one fucking guy. Big E did it, and then that was it. He never had anything else to aspire to besides that, right? Like, just hatred for Big E was essentially it. And him even getting embroiled in the heresy, he did that literally just to see the shit burn. He didn't do it for really any other good reason that I can disconcern. Maybe there is a better reason, but to me it was just kind of like he's like, oh fuck it, I'm in for the ride. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn. Take a shot every time Andrew says prick, bro. I would be loaded by now. I'd be absolutely loaded. How much is left? We got about half hour left. About half hour.
Under your soul.
I remember.
Oh.
Do I? Is anything in this place real?
2 parts of Mortarion's spirit warred. Decay against defiance.
At your own
Submission
risk.
versus rebellion. The future battling the past. The vast and terrible shape hove closer, taking on definition. The form of it was Protean, a huge colony creature of writhing viral clades. Given dimension and singularity, it reached out for him, a colossal, leprous claw with 3 talons spreading wide to envelop Mortarion's sight.
Damn.
Upon the degenerated skin of it was the triad sigil, repeating over and over in fractal profusion, the same as the cluster of boils that manifested the Primarch's exposure to the Chimera virus.
My champion, I will give you all you wish. A dominion of your own that can be shaped to your will. You will be what you always wanted to be. All you need do is take the mark. Take it and swear loyalty.
Out past the rusting dock cradle, where Greenheart's creaking space frame lay suspended.
Swear your loyalty to me.
Bowed down upon one knee, Mortarion could not hold his gaze towards the black, blasted mud of Barbarous. He looked up, into the shining eyes of the newcomer. The stranger's words seemed to stop the passage of time. An aura of power, vast and barely contained.
This is 100% not Grandpa's voice. Nowhere near deep enough. I was gonna say he sounds very nasally, you know.
The murky depths of his
Kind of high pitched almost.
The lost and forgotten places within the Reaper of Men, kept hidden even from himself. Mortarion's jaw stiffened. He does not want to be an open book. He does not want to.
Give your fealty to the grandfather.
Bowed down upon one knee, Mortarion could not hold his gaze towards the rusted, broken steel of the Terminus Est. He looked up, into the menacing eyes of the great entity that swallowed
Not enough
the
gurgling.
wide sky. The god thing's utterance made the strings of reality hum and resonate. A dark ether of corruption was falling like thick sleet, thickening the space around him. The entity called itself the Grandfather, filled Mortarion's lungs with the spores of living death, and opened him up from within, teasing apart sealed spaces to find the rich meat of his unseen fears and his most secret hopes.
So I just want to confirm too, like this is like Nurgle proper, like this is the Grandfather, like straight up. Because I see Battle Chicken there. This is a demon in Nurgle. He just referenced himself as like the Grandfather, so this is like the real deal, right? Like this is the fucking guy, I'm assuming, right? God damn.
Rich meat of his unseen fears and his most secret hopes. Mortarion's fists
Yeah, fuck.
clenched. He could feel his soul stripped bare. There was...
You have chosen the only path you can.
You have chosen the only path you can,
said his father, said the grandfather.
You are my son. You are my champion. And I have waited so very long for you. And this day's dawning has been long awaited.
You are my son. You are my champion. And I have waited so very long for you, and this day's dawning has been long awaited.
Time and moment, past and present, the futures of them crumbled and turned into sand.
You can very much see like the manipulation taking effect here. Wow.
He was there on Barbarous, and it was decades gone, and he was here in the utter insanity of the Immaterium, together and separated, divided and merging. His father, the Emperor of mankind, his patron, the Lord of Decay, Nurgle beckoned him, offering Mortarion what he could not refuse. His oath and his honor forbade him from taking any oath from this moment forward.
What?
He was sworn to bend the knee to the stranger at the lodge if he could not defeat the High Overlord, and he had a vow to protect his gene sons and his legion beyond all else. Mortarion struggled, frantically trying to grasp the truth and the lies, desperate to separate the ragged, deathly present from the echoing, ashen past. Which was his reality, or were all things true?
What price is an oath given in madness?
What do you want, my son?
I was gonna say that's a good point, Steel. If he was one of the few who talk with a god directly, yeah, he's one of the few guys we've actually seen like actually interact with a god. Like normally it's a champion of chaos, or it's like a certain a demon of one of the chaos gods representing them that get them to turncoat. But in this case, it's like Nurgle himself is just straight up like he's getting his hands dirty with this one. You know, he wants this guy. Also, too, I think. I can very much understand the manipulation a lot better with Mortarion here. As bad as that is to say, I'm not trying to give him like brownie points or anything like that, but like the back and forth, like between the Emperor to Nurgle there, like it's just kind of like showing like the mind fuck going on in his head, I think. And it's kind of like forcing his hand in a way, like even though he hates the Emperor. But I will say that line there, like, oh, this forbids me from taking any more oaths, like swearing this one. That's bullshit, because you're literally swearing another oath right now, and you've already done this, you motherfucker. So like, what is this then? You know, I don't know. Horus didn't meet the gods. I think only Maggie and Morty got to speak to their now chosen god. Even Karn hasn't talked with Khorne. Yeah, literally. Like, that's what I mean. Like, Karn, you would think, would at least have gained some brownie points with Khorne there, because holy fuck, he's added quite a few skulls to the throne, that's for sure. But he hasn't even gotten, like, the favor to talk with him. So it's just kind of crazy. Like, Nurgle is, like, hands-on with this type of shit, you know?
An oath given in madness.
What do you want, my son?
What do you want, my champion?
The voices merged into a single titanic reverberation through his bones and physical form, into the bounds of the turbulent and unique
Torrent spoke to his comfort blanket.
To endure.
Then rise.
Fuck.
Rise, Mortarion. There is a brotherhood awaiting you out in the stars, the like of which you cannot comprehend. And with it, a purpose that will illuminate the galaxy, a crusade upon which your name will be etched into eternity.
Then rise. Rise as a prince born of death. Vengeance awaits you in the realm of men, and with it, the blackest, most dire purpose. A slaughter by which your name will be feared until the last human soul fades to entropy.
Mortarion said the vow without reservation then,
I give myself to your banner, my blood and my bone, the unbroken force of my will and the power of my spirit. These are yours to command, if you grant me deliverance.
His hand found the damaged, crackled blade of his war scythe, and he gripped it hard enough to cut metal and draw blood.
By this I so swear.
He looked down and saw the transformation take hold of him. A force of immeasurable mutational power crashed through his physical form.
Fuck.
And overwhelmed the pitiful limit of flesh and
Is this
blood.
where it's happening?
Mortarion tore away, rising to his feet, changing with each heartbeat.
Oh.
From his spine burst pestilent, insectile wings that quivered and crackled with new change.
Oh.
His soul soaked in the corrupting energy, dying and living, reborn and obliterated. The flesh across his gaunt features pulled tight, dragging his mouth into a rictus grin. The smile of death itself. He would endure.
Fuck. So he straight up got transformed right then and there. Damn, dude. That's brutal. Siege of Terra here. Is this the last part? This is the last part. Siege of Terra. Damn, dude. Fuck, what a brutal transformation there. He really did kind of have his hand forced there. I'll give him credit where it's due. He didn't really have a goddamn choice there. Like, he was really kind of forced into that one, back against the wall type of situation. Not saying like I'm supporting him at all. Like, fuck him, right? Fuck Mortarion in a way here. Like, hypocrite, you know, bastard. He really kind of like got himself roped into all this. Kind of did it to himself. And when I say kind of, I mean he did do it to himself. But in this case, like, yeah, what was he going to do? Say no as a demon prince? Not even a demon prince. Like a demon god is fucking before him, like, you know what I mean? Like, Nurgle himself is before him. How is he going to reject Nurgle and get out of that? Like, so you could say arguably death would have been better. Death probably would have been better than selling your soul like that. But that's what he did, you know? I mean, he was really backed up into a corner there, straight up. So emerged Mothman.
3 times in his life, Mortarion was forced to submit to the will of a tyrant with latent psychic powers. The warp bleeds over
God, he had some shine to his face there.
Mortarion kneels before a god, the grandfather Nurgle. In his despair and love for his legion, his sons, he pledges his loyalty.
That literally
to
is
God of
Mothman.
chaos.
Holy shit.
The moment overlapping with the memories of his father, the Emperor. Mortarion is transformed. His Primarch form bloats and cracks. He sprouts insectile wings and is riddled with pox and disease. Maggots and pus ooze out from his monstrous form. But he is stronger now than he has ever been.
But at
His
what
body
cost?
can endure anything, and in a way he revels in this power. His sons are made strong too. They will endure more punishment than any Astartes could. They are the extreme embodiment of their legion's ideals. And yet, despite
Mortarion and Perturbo could have been Perturabo could have been Chaos Independent. I agree with that. That would have been cool, actually.
He has been forced into the pact.
I guess Perturabo technically is Chaos Independent, right?
Pain throughout his body. He proclaimed to the Legion that this was their destined path, that he has chosen the strength for the Legion. But he knows in his heart that he is a hypocrite. His very hatred of the warp led to a forbidden curiosity that he fed. At times he raged and destroyed all the material, but still he came back to it. He is someone who espouses that he cares nothing for the opinions of others. It is defined by his battle against physical and perceived weakness. The Overlord Nikaea
Turn to Nurgle, time to start the giggling and singing. Oh god.
And manipulating him through that
The happy song, guys, the happy
with
song.
Mortarion's embrace of Nurgle's gift, it is a retreat from that very insecurity. He is a monster, bloated and corrupted and rusted and leaking pus and blood. But a monster isn't weak. But he's most defined by his ultimate failure, something during the Great Crusade Horus remarked on. Liberation is not just the destruction of the oppressor. We can't replace one tyranny with another. Mortarion has thought himself a hero, one who slays the villain in his hero's journey. But here that journey ends. He's never built anything to replace what he has destroyed. He's never learned to create an empire, only to destroy them. It is why for so long the Emperor looked at him with pity in his eyes. Defiance alone is not enough, my son. The Emperor had hoped Mortarion would see it. A better future, a greater destiny beyond that of the Reaper of the Harvest. If we are not strong, we will not win. If we cannot defy poison and darkness and pain, we cannot stand against death. Hulking silhouettes darkened the skies of terror. Hundreds of rusting warhogs burst forth into the skies around the great bastion of the Emperor's Imperium, soiling the darkness.
Love the Siege of Terra, like Era, man.
As the rays of faraway Sol fell upon their blighted hulls. Daggers of corroded metal that had once been proud symbols of the 14th Legion poured out, and wove among one another as carrion flies would swarm about a hunk of bloody meat.
Ugh.
Mortarion strode onto the bridge of the vengeful spirit. Flies and decay flowed around the hulking form of the Primarch.
That we need is Mongol pest control? Oh god.
Cracked and popped.
Oh, I'm sure it's
All
coming.
around him clawed at their throats and eyes. As death
Hope they got some
itself
windshield wipers,
was
gonna be
before
squashing quite a few
them.
bugs.
From the taut, skull-like face, two milky white eyes looked upon the War Master. Mortarion was here, ready to begin the siege of terror. From the boy who secretly wrote in secretive journals, trapped within his prison fortress on a world that was just as toxic as his adoptive father, Mortarion had returned to the place of his creation, not as a son or a general, but a monster.
Literally.
Infused with the power of a god, the Emperor told him didn't exist.
Arguably as
The hulking,
monstrous as you
rotting
could get.
forms of the Death
Straight
Guard
up.
were given the honor that was promised, and were the first to land upon the world of terror. The bloodiest and most brutal siege in Imperial history had begun. The very skies were clogged with ash and fire, creating a faux permanent night, as the mortal to superhuman warriors slaughtered each other. Mortarion unleashed.
Don't worry,
the
he's got
power of
Windex.
the Plague
I hope
Father.
so.
Disease and death.
He's gonna need a microfiber cloth to make sure he doesn't get any scratches, you know?
Of the Imperium. The outer walls crumbled as the full might of Horus's armies washed over their defenses. All that lay before them now was the Imperial Palace itself. Magnus the Red approached Mortarion before the attack on the Colossi Gate. They had once been adversaries. Their battleground, the Council of Nikaea, a decade before.
Literally.
Now they stood side by side.
Crazy to think that was
Both
only a
steeped
decade
in the
ago.
power of the warp, ready to eliminate their father and his empire of lies. Magnus told him that he forgave him. Your suffering gives you power, the sort I promised from the start. Your submission was not weakness. There is no shame. I bear you no ill will. I understand. Mortarion hesitated for a moment. But finally
Motherfucker!
let down the wall he was barely keeping together. I hate this, he whispered. He hated the pain he felt. For all he could endure, this was becoming too much.
Wow.
And he couldn't confide in anyone. His only friend, Typhon, was gone. That brotherhood a lie. Magnus told him that he knew. The Crimson King raised his hand, as energy emanated from it. Mortarion blinked, straightened slightly, and took a breath. He seemed taller, less bowed by pain and wrack. His
I just want to say, like, Magnus, even to, like, people who are assholes to him, and even, like, during the Siege of Terra to the other traitor forces, Magnus is still, like, trying to be, like, a good fucking person there at the end of the day. Like, you know what I mean? He's still, like, trying to actually put a concentrated effort towards doing so. I just want to say, like, I out of all the traitors, I feel like Magnus is definitely my favorite. I feel like, you know, he made mistakes, but again, he he genuinely seems like he actually cares. Like he tries to actually fucking give a shit about like his brothers, you know, regardless of what's going on. You know, I don't know. Magnus did some shit and deserves to be brought back. Magnus, yeah, I know. A lot of you guys are gonna be like, "Oh, Magnus L, Magnus L." I don't know. I fucking like Magnus, man. I don't know. I feel I maybe I'm just a Magnus simp. Who knows? He's still a bigger man. Exactly. Like, he still admits his faults. Like, that's the thing. Like, he was arrogant at the time, but after he made that mistake, after he fucked up to such a degree, I feel like he just doesn't have that arrogance at all about him. Like, I feel like he completely lost that arrogance, and he grew as a character from it, but now obviously it's too late. Like, what's done is done kind of thing. He can't really like be let back in. I don't know. I like Magnus, man. I really like Magnus. Doom the Imperium, he did. He completely did. But I don't know. I feel like he's still just kind of a goat still at the end of the day.
He seemed taller, less bowed by pain and wrack. His eyes had become fierce and unclouded. It felt like for the first time he could breathe. He was skeptical of this kindness, but they were on the same side now. The pain was because, as always, Mortarion was stubborn. His reluctance to embrace Nurkle's gifts was a crutch. He was a psyker. A demon had taught him that. But before, he couldn't bring himself to use that power, but to embrace it now. He felt it truly. It wasn't just the strength. It was life. Unending. Undying. A cycle of rebirth. He was beautiful in a way. He felt the joy of a madman, the joy from the freedom of sanity. Mortarion felt renewed, and led the Legion once more on to the last bastion of the Imperium.
It's kind of crazy.
Continued, but despite victory after victory, the forces of Horus had begun to fracture. Some lost interest, such as the Emperor's children. Others, such as Perturabo and his Iron
Just
Warriors,
stop giving a shit.
abandoned it, unwilling
Not worth
to be
it.
Horus's meat shield.
Wow.
Whilst the Imperium suffered, it held on. Mortarion could break their wars, but nothing was quite sweeter than breaking their spirit. Look at them. They grasp at every tiny spark of life, desperate and afraid in all their thoughts and deeds. Their existence is nothing but fear and dread.
The story of Magnus, I just want to read that, because the story of Magnus and his Legion is one of the most tragic. He was never fully with the traitor cause. No, he wasn't. In fact, like, the main reason he went traitor was due to a misunderstanding where he was literally trying to help the Imperium as a whole. Like, you know what I mean? He was trying to send a warning to Terra, right? So it's just like, by definition of that, like, yes, he fucked up. Yes, he did something he wasn't supposed to, but also, like, I can't just fully blame him. I have to I think the blame for what happened is half on the Emperor, half on Magnus, you know? I feel like the Emperor, knowing what Magnus was capable of doing potentially, right? Because he knew he could do it, and not warning him like against it further. Like he did give ample warning. I'm not even gonna sit here and say he didn't. He did give ample warning. I just feel like he should have let him into a little bit more knowledge than he did, given that Magnus was such a high level psyker, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's just some cope. Maybe that's just some cope from my side, but I don't know. Magnus could have rubbed being a psyker in his face, but chose not to. Not only did he choose not to, he literally forgave Mortarion for being a dick, for actively like nerfing him at the Council of Nikaea there. You know what I mean? For speaking against him, and now they're on the same side. Like he literally had no reason to be nice to him there. No reason at all, and yet he still was nice to him, forgave him, and tried to at least like be a brother a little bit to him there, you know? Realizing that like, you know, he's going through some shit, like they all kind of are, but he's feeling it, you know, and he's still there for him. I just think that's kind of like compelling, you know. It goes to show that Magnus is not like a bad guy per se. He made mistakes, but he's not a bad dude, like plain and simple. Pity for Morty is the worst thing Maggie can do for him. I kind of agree with that. Mortarion doesn't really need pity, to be fair, but it's showing from Magnus that he's a much bigger man, you know, than I think a lot of people give him credit for.
deeds. Their existence is nothing but fear and dread. To the Marmak's bastion, the Reaper of Men and Typhus led a joint assault. A rising imperial cult, one that claimed worship of the Emperor, was giving the people hope. One Mortarion would annihilate, but a figure stood in his way, one standing before his target Euphrates Keeler, Nathaniel Garrow, the captain of the Death Guard, and then a prize Mortarion regretted losing since Isstvan III.
Damn.
A man of honor, one who could be trusted unlike the snakes he was surrounded by,
Fuck.
such as Typhus. He offered Garrow a place back at his side, brotherhood. Mortarion wanted to see him take the choice, to kneel as he did. He offered the poisoned cup, the Legion tradition, one they had shared decades ago. But Garrow refused. He drew his sword Libertas and lunged at his gene father. Mortarion toyed with him. His strength and endurance was far beyond what he was before. To be in his very presence it caused flesh to rot.
Fuck.
But Mortarion underestimated the will of Garrow and took a wound. No, this was meant to be his humiliation. Mortarion, enraged, summoned a host of flies. If Garrow wouldn't serve willingly, then he would puppet his body for him.
Wow.
Garrow began to splutter and falter, until a glowing light filled him. The Gene's sun was renewed, and desperately attacked Mortarion again, only to be impaled upon silence. The body of Garrow slid down the blade as Mortarion stared at him. He was weak. The gifts of Nurgle would have made him survive this. How could he deny this bounty? With the last of his strength, Garrow thrust the broken blade of Libertas
Maybe because he
into
still has part of a
Mortarion's
brain
neck.
left.
The
Oh,
Daemon
wow.
Primarch howled as he felt the sensation of burning score his body.
Goated.
He flung the corpse of Garrow to the ground.
Also, I have to say too, that blade looks fucking sick. Libertas Rex fucking written across the side of it. That looks really fucking cool, I have to say, straight up.
His body. He flung the corpse of Garrow to the ground. Mortarion was victorious, but the wound Garrow had inflicted weakened him, weakened the tether of his immortal Daemon Primarch form to the material universe. In the wake of Garrow's death, Mortarion vowed to break the Defenders. The very presence of him and his legion created a miasma of dread, one that had built up over the months of the siege. It drained the mortal defenders of the Imperial Palace, many being driven to madness or succumbing to defeat in their minds. Mortarion was gifted the spaceport and fortified his position, overlooking the Imperial Palace. The assault was close at hand, but there was an obstacle. Typhus. Herald and favoured of the god Nurgle, but yet also a traitor to Mortarion personally. Before the Legion, the bloated creatures projected a united front, but underneath a war of influence brewed between them. Mortarion was his Primarch, the strongest weapon in Nurgle's arsenal. But Typhus's rebellious nature that led to their very corruption had only grown. Many times he openly defied Mortarion. The Death Lord projected a sense that he'd embraced the Grandfather's blessing, that it was his will to lead the Legion down this path. A contested view from Typhus, who claimed that it was him who brought the Legion into Nurgle's embrace.
It kinda
Mortarion
was.
impatiently awaited the unification of Typhus's forces.
So even now, Mortarion is kind of being petty. Like, oh yeah, it was me that gave us Grandfather's gifts. I did it all. If it wasn't for me, fucking, you guys would never have gotten these great gifts. But obviously Typhus here is like straight up like, no, I kind of did it, like straight up. It was me. It wasn't you. Like you were a little bitch and said no at first and tried to fight me for it. And, then you saw after I fucking made you see, kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like even like they're petty about like who the fuck like brought them to this point of destruction to begin with, I don't know. Mortarion is just a fucking ultimate pettiness, bro. I think it's gonna have to be a 10 now suddenly.
Mortarion impatiently awaited the unification of Typhus's forces, for the final push, but he saw what was coming on the horizon. Through the scarred black night of terror, illuminated only by ordnance and fire, the Imperium was sallying. The white scars and a legion of Imperial tanks plummeted towards the Lion's Gate spaceport. Jagatai Khan was coming. The white scars worked in packs, taking 2 of them to put down even one enlarged Death Guard.
Fuck.
This was their last play. There was no attack and retreat. Jagatai Khan and his men pushed through the Death Guard's defenses, both sides caring not for the injuries and pain they took. The brutal battle raged through the layers of the spaceport, until finally Mortarion saw his brother again. Once more,
Death Guard hate Typhus more, I think. Oh, I see.
But it was different.
So the Legion themselves
the Lord
dislike
of
him
Death
more.
had burst free from his old bounds, becoming grotesque and monstrous. He wore a human form only in...
Who wins on the petty scale, Purdy or Mortarion? Man, that's a hard one, honestly. I think Mortarion, to be honest with you. It's hard to say though. It's honestly, that's a difficult fucking choice. They're both very, very petty. Ultimate pettiness, bro. Fuck. I might have to think about that one for a bit. I might have to stew on it.
Outline now. His body inhabited by a ramshackle armor of corrosion and decay.
Straight up. That one's
a gaggle
difficult.
of loosely held panels and moldy fabric, seemingly liable to fall apart at any moment. The air around him was acrid, suffused with a foulness that turned the stomach and made it hard to breathe. He was ruined and yet exalted, crippled and yet stronger than he had ever been. Their old duel upon the sands of Prospero meant nothing. The 2 brothers launched themselves at each other, but the Khan fell back first. They exchanged more blows, rapid, heavier, and faster. All around them, the roar of a broader combat filtered up from the decks below. A chorus of screams and explosions that could not be filtered out. Their strikes accelerated, ramping up swiftly until the blows were exceptional in their heft and precision. Again, Mortarion sped up, his old solitude replaced by a phasing, shifting, demonic velocity. The whistling arcs of his scythe hissed with unearthly voices, wounding the atmosphere itself even as the Khan ducked away from its lacerated edge. When that
This duel takes place in Warhawk, the book Warhawk.
Bone-breaking, mind-jarring. A collision of dimensions as much as solid matter. It was clear Mortarion utterly outmatched the Khan, his Daemon Primarch's monstrous strength overpowering him. But Jagatai began to talk. Lost your footing, as well as your judgment.
Holy
Already
shit.
defeated. You've become what you hated. The 2 brothers kept swinging. They were out in the open. A storm
Khan's fucking playing to his,
green
like,
lightning snapped down
his
in the
pride there.
of the spaceport.
That's good.
Below them, the bulk of the immense fortress spread out in a panoply of jump-staged
Warhawk, the Siege of Terra. Okay.
Every inch of it was fought over now.
Honestly, let me write
a
that
million
book down.
points of light
Give me that book down.
exposing white scars and Death Guard at one another's throats. Mortarion's wounds were shallow, but the Khan's body and armor was breaking down. But still the Khan taunted Mortarion, the Death Lord's frustration growing to near rage. He knew nothing. Nothing of sacrifice. Nothing of denial, Mortarion spat.
What?
You were the spoiled child.
What?
Whining about the need for structure, as the rest of us built an empire. You were shown the nature of the galaxy.
Calling Jagatai spoiled is crazy. That's all I'm saying.
Rage built more.
That's some cope.
He slammed the scythe down, and nearly broke the Khan's trailing leg in 2. I embraced it. I embraced the pain. I looked a god in the eye. The broken mess that was the Khan looked up into Mortarion's face and chuckled. I should have taken on the Legion Master. I should have fought Typhon.
Whoa.
I absorbed the pain. Jagatai mewed out.
Wow.
I know of the Terminus Est. You gave up. I did not.
Wow.
My endurance is superior.
Wow. That's honestly such a fucking burn right there. Imagine like he's standing over you, about to fucking kill you. Fucking dude looks up at you and just says, yeah, I should have fought Typhus instead, you bitch. Like, that would have fucking... I can see that irking Mortarion to the fucking edge right there. That would fucking probably piss him so much. Like, I imagine he's fucking fuming right now, bro. Like, the steam is coming out of his fucking ears, like, straight up. Like, from that. That was fucking pretty baller from the con right there.
Not. My endurance is superior.
Like, what the fuck?
Mortarion fell silent, as something within him broke.
You know that guy you fucking hate? Yeah, he would have been a better fight.
What they had always believed. His brothers. Not that he had done what needed to be done. Not that he had sacrificed everything to make his legion invincible. Even condemning
also,
himself.
You're a bitch and you gave up. Like, whoa.
Demonhood. A change that can never be undone. It was not strength. He was weak. Mortarion's anger soared. From blood boiling to an almost calm, his mind went utterly numb as only one thought pounded in his mind. Kill him. Mortarion hefted silence into the air and thrust down, only for the Khan to stand up. Jagatai took the blow and traded back one of his own.
Oh.
The two brothers scrambled. Mortarion dropped down sharply, piling in wildly with his gauntlets, slamming in punches at the Khan's throat and at his chest, his ruined face. The clenched fists flew, one after another, barely warded by Jagatai's flailing arms, tearing up the remains of that beautiful lacquered ceramite and splattering the two of them in more gouts of forge-hot blood. Again they both reached for their blades, and clashed in ripples that shook the very earth. Black blood oozed from Mortarion, his rusted plate broken in many places, but still he moved. The Khan was walking dead. A wash of red and ceramite that barely constituted life. It was here. It was coming. The death Mortarion would give him. The Khan was going
White
to
Scar armor be looking like a blood angel, you know what I'm saying?
And march upon the palace itself. He would drag their father from the throne, make him spill his secrets, his knowledge, and then it would all be his. But still Jagatai chuckled. A cold tempering of his rage flooded Mortarion, as still to his shock, his brother stood.
Yeah.
Mortarion was still the greater of them. He was still the stronger, the more steeped in
I like how he has to keep telling himself he's better too, though.
Doubt, rocked by the
No, I'm not better.
Of one who had never been self-doubting,
literally
self-regarding, unreliable. All Mortarion could see just then was
I got these gifts, and for what? If I was just better, I could endure.
Anything,
like Jagatai is.
Anything. Fight himself beyond physical limits. Destroy his own body, his own hearts, his own soul. Mortarion shuddered to look within, to realize that he, the Reaper of Men, Primarch of the Death Guard, paled before this endurance. To defeat death, you must become it. Jagatai wouldn't have given in upon the Terminus Est, and that frightened Mortarion to the core.
Literally.
The possibility that he was a coward.
Literally.
Unwilling to die.
What a bitch. Yeah.
Through bloody lips, the
literally.
Khan wheezed out that he knew Mortarion now was immortal. He couldn't die, but he could. On broken legs, Jagatai launched himself once more at Mortarion.
Fuck.
The Reaper of Men impaling silence straight through his brother's chest.
Jesus.
A burst of gore and spray exited out the back, but he was stuck. The Khan pulled himself down the blade.
Oh my
For
god.
an instant, their two faces were right up against one another. Both cadaverous now, drained of blood, drained of life, existing only as masks unto pure vengeance. All their majesty was stripped away. It took only a split second. Mortarion's eyes went wide, realizing he couldn't wrench his brother away in time. The Khan's eyes narrowed. He snapped his dao across, severing Mortarion's neck cleanly in explosion of black bile. Mortarion howled as his soul was banished back into the warp.
Literally.
Awakening within the Garden of Nurgle, he came to the horrifying realization that he again had failed.
Yeah.
Unable to re-emerge back into the material universe before Terra would have fallen.
And it's funny too, because like his first big failure was obviously when the Emperor killed his rival there, right? When the Emperor took his kill, right? And he thought he was going to die there, and he was just like, oh, he contemplating the first time I was going to die. And he contemplates like the potential times he thought he was going to die throughout this. And now it's like the case of even when he does die, he's just still alive, you know? I think that's like a really nice like callback. It's like purgatory almost for him, you know? He has to constantly relive that failure now every time he dies. He's not allowed to die to forget it, you know? It's kind of like purgatory for him. It's kind of sick when you think about it.
Emerge back into the material universe before Terra would have fallen. Mortarion's hate and rage was so apocalyptic. Virus and disease would ripple across entire worlds. And yet when the dust was settled, Mortarion created something that was his own. Within the warp, Mortarion was gifted a world, a demon world. One he forged in Mirror of Barbarous. Great libraries filled with arcane knowledge were hauled to his fortress. Entire populations hid in the valleys from the cruel overlord at the peak.
Wow.
The Liberator, the savior of Barbarous, father to a legion, teacher of strength and endurance, was dead.
He became what he hated, literally.
That parodied the flesh of a man.
He's exactly the same, even worse.
Sought to abuse
arguably.
Humanity. He lived out the fantasy, a destiny where he was victorious upon the peak, and yet he only replaced one tyranny with another.
Literally.
Mortarion had gazed into the abyss of the warp, and he blinked.
That was a sudden ending. Jesus Christ. Oh, we were gonna get it like an entry screen there. Wow. Yeah, that was the Mortarion 40k lore by the Amber King. That was a very sudden ending. Jesus, that took me by surprise. Holy shit. Wow. And yeah, that's the end, I guess. Holy shit. Khan gets better because Malkador heals him. Right, yeah, Khan does get better there. He doesn't die there. I know that. Remember that from the Khan video. Man, that was really, really good. I kind of thought that, man, I don't know. I think the way that the storytelling is done for like the Chaos Primarchs, I feel like it's almost like more up my alley, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot more like depression, a lot more like nuance to it usually, sometimes, not all the time, of course, but I don't know. It's just like, it gives you a little bit more to think about sometimes, you know? Because with the good guys, it's like, you know, like they go through hard things, but they come out better for it. And for me, I think it's just interesting to learn what the motivation for being so wretchedly fucking bad would be. You know what I'm saying? Like, what exactly is the motivation behind them? Some Chaos Primarchs have very, very good motivation for being, you know, haters, for lack of a better word. Mortarion here, I don't know if that was the case. I feel like Mortarion might be a little bit more on the bitch side, a little bit. And even that last fight with Khan there kind of showed, like, yeah, if you were just, you know, he gave up, he gave in, you know what I'm saying? Like, straight up. And I don't know. Prick scale 1 to 100, where is Morty now? Ah, man. He's definitely one of the prickiest Primarchs we've met, so by definition of that, I'd have to give him at least like a 90 to 100 rating for sure. And I would probably have to say Mortarion is probably the bigger prick. Probably the bigger prick. You know, because even him at the end there, just like admitting the fact, like, oh yeah, I'm, I might not have had to give myself to fucking Nurgle to like be better, you know, kind of thing. Like, I'm a coward, I gave up, I'm fearful of death. And at the end there too, like, he literally remade like his home planet, and instead of like, you know, this monster looking over the people, taking people in the night, it was literally him. He replaced that tyranny with himself. I think it's got to go to him, man. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. The traders have more drama. Yeah, maybe that's it. There's a lot more going on, I guess. Let's say like drama between like the Primarchs and stuff, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. But they are like the root cause of everything going tits up, right? So I feel like it's interesting to get their perspective. Need to do Dorn now? Well, maybe not right now, but maybe next time. Maybe next time for sure. I did want to check out a few things. Sandman of Terra, the fellow that did the X script right at the start here. I do want to give him a look up real quick here. Let's just see. Just got to move my paper over real quick. 2 seconds. Just do that real quick. All right, oh my god, I can't spell. Man of Terra. I just want to see. I've never heard of his channel before, and I just want to see what it's all about. You know, see what kind of content he does. He did a really great job in the narration at the start there. Like that hit pretty fucking hard. I gotta check this guy out sometimes. Have you guys ever heard of Sandman of Terra? I haven't heard of him before, but man, he kind of blew me away at the start there. So maybe we got to check out some of his videos sometime. So props to him for that. And again, props to the Amber King, Vox and the Void, for putting this all together. This was awesome to see. Another great Amber King video here. 2.5 hours long, 2 hours 40 minutes long. Can't imagine the amount of work it takes to put this together, to organize with everyone, to get it all done. The narrations, to get the illustrations together to make that make sense. It's a lot of work. The music choices, the editing behind it. I can really appreciate the amount of work that goes into something like this. So man, props to them. Make sure you go over there, give this video a like if you guys are watching along. Make sure you subscribe to the Amber King. If you're not subscribed, of course, he definitely deserves the attention and the love there for sure. And I do want to check out too. Andrew, you said that you sent over some of those models over in Discord there. I just want to see real quick if I can find them. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I think I have to disable that so you guys can see. So let's do that. Oh yeah. So is this like this is like a pre-heresy model like Mortarion, I'm assuming, right there? And then this would be like, okay. Oh wow. Wow, you definitely start to notice a bit of a difference, eh? Holy shit. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, his original model like that looks pretty sick, actually. I do kind of like that a lot. I do see the back there, what you mean too. He's got like the fucking vape system, the smoke machines on his back. That looks pretty cool. Oh shit. Wow. Man, Death Guard looks so crazy. All Nurgle forces just look fucking crazy, bro. Straight up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at that. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Look at that little thing down there. What is that supposed to be? Oh my god. What the fuck? That looks crazy, bro. Little like implings. Oh my god. No, the models look sick. Straight up. I have to say, the Death Guard do look really cool. The body horror too aspect of them too. You can see like their guts like hanging out and stuff. I almost wish their models were more grotesque looking almost, but I understand why they are that way. But I almost wish they were more like grotesque, like Trench Crusade kind of looks, you know. But I understand it regardless. Those look like sick models, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. That looks awesome. But yeah, no, that is a Nurgling, Lesser Demons of Nurgle. Oh, okay. I like how they're called Nurglings. What the fuck? What the fuck? But no, that was awesome, guys. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you guys leave a like on this stream. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Leave your recommendations in the Discord. And of course, come on down, join our Discord if you're not a part of it, because it's awesome to see you guys there. Awesome to see you guys in the Discord, so come on down, join that. And yeah, big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati, our Principe, of course, Dagenhart and Hobbit, and of course, our Prefect Fear. Appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. And yeah, I feel like we're probably gonna sign off here. Probably gonna be doing some more games tonight. I'm not too sure what I'm gonna be doing yet. Maybe some more Skyrim, might be continuing that, or I was thinking maybe some Stellaris too, but I'm not too sure. See what I'm in the mood for. And we'll go from there. But yeah, big thank you to you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it as always. And yeah, you guys have a great rest of your night if I don't catch you guys in the later stream. So yeah, without any further delay, guys, this has been Centurion. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.